turn that down. Turn it down to some nice mood music. What's up, everybody? How we doing? I don't know why this is so high. Oh, I remember why now. I immediately remember why. It's because this isn't far enough over. No. It's too far over. There we go. All right. What's up? Hello, hello. We are not starting soon anymore. Now we're into the primaries. Wait, what? Why is the primaries not working? Oh, I know why. Don't worry. I am a pure, consummate professional. And I will not have anything said to the contrary. What's up? What's up? Hello. No chat on screen today. Mostly because I was going to add it to the scene collection and then forgot. So you will have to live in your separate chats. I still have your combined chat, but no chat on screen. We are though going to get pretty into this. I don't know how long this will be. I haven't looked at any of the betas since. Let's see, what did I run? I ran the second public beta. I think that was 0.3 maybe, or 1.3. I'm not sure. So yeah, I'm not exactly sure. I think I ran 1.3, and then I reviewed 1.4, and then I have not looked at any of the updates since 1.4. So. And I also ran 1.4, but just privately, not on stream. So I've only run twice. I think you probably have more experience than me at this point, more practical experience, Daniel. Because, yeah, I only ran it twice. But, yeah, a few of the changes have been changed. And that's why, I totally appreciate why they were going back and forth all the time. I totally get that. And I understand, like, rapid iteration, especially when you have a platform as responsive as Demiplane. I totally understand wanting to, like, really quickly iterate, really quickly incorporate player feedback to see how they feel. Get the most information in the shortest amount of time. That is totally fair. But in terms of me actually like making content about it and keeping up, I kind of lost the plot. So we are back for the final beta version. And also absolutely no, like zero shade on people that were really keeping up with it. I absolutely understand that. I'm just not. I realize, especially throughout this Daggerheart process, that I am not a breaking news Barry. I am not the keeping up with like current news in terms of content. Like I follow the news and I keep up with things in my personal life, but in terms of content, breaking topical stuff is not my thing. That probably caused me the most like out and out stress from any like actual content subject I've looked at. I forget. My biggest gripe is that Demiplane had no way to let you even view your old character sheets. So if there was an update like right before a session, you were running a new system, like it or not. Ooh, that is tough. Wait, so your oh, you mean that? I see. I was like, because I know that all of the characters got saved, but you mean that like all of your existing characters got converted into into the new version, whether you're down with it or not. That makes sense. Did I also? I gotta confirm something. Okay. Let's see how this looks. We gotta look at something real quick. It might look like shit. But we're going to see. If I do this, does it look like shit? It doesn't look like anything. Perfect. Perfect. It doesn't look like anything. Okay, that's fine. Apparently the chat highlight is broken as well on this scene. That's that's fine. We don't need it. We can go back to a simpler time before I had all the gadgets and gizmos on this scene. I'm just going to make a quick note. Fix chat highlight. This new scene collection should be really cool once it's up to snuff, but at the moment it's a bit lacking because I have to re-implement all the cool stuff I did, which is half the reason I made it in the first place, was because when I tried to do new scene collections, it became increasingly difficult to do so, to re-implement all the cool stuff. So now we're back. Also, I'm going to save that config really quick, which it should ask me about. Yeah, there we go. Let's see. Primary view with cam. Perfect. All right. The good news is that with one minor exception, every change was something that could be auto-updated. That's nice. They were keeping it relatively like, what do you call it? Like they were keeping it reasonable. But the balance related numbers would change my custom encounter. Yeah, I can see that being an issue. It's like if you're not running stock, then you have to like rebalance all your stuff, especially when they're still figuring out the balance. It's not like this is, a D&D adventure where CR should be a relatively, well, we don't need to get into CR, but there are exterior measurements that things are based on. So if you're running like a D&D module that gets updated, the external balance of D&D hasn't changed, whereas like the internal balance of all of Daggerheart is changing with all these. Yeah. As much as I love Daggerheart, it probably makes sense to find and fix all the bugs here rather than your much more popular Critical Eyes. Yeah, I have Critical Eyes sectioned off into its own scene collection that basically doesn't even get touched. And then the other content gets the betas. I fudged a lot more when the new update came out, and I doubt anyone would criticize me for that in good faith. Yeah, absolutely. It's a really, I think that's a obviously it's a pretty niche example, but it's a good example of like fudging's a tool. Sometimes you gotta use it. It's, if you're using a tool for bad intentions, that's bad. But if you're using a tool for good intentions, that's good. Okay, let's see. So, I was gonna say maybe let's go through all of the change logs, but then things will get changed like back and forth, and I don't know. Stop. I feel like you go for it, Daniel. Look, I think if I just, plowed through this and was not having, any amount of interaction, I think this would be done in like 30 minutes. But, I'm going to exposit. Feel free to chime and pitch in. That is, I am all good with that. Let's see. Change log. Without remembering precisely what you're using it for, let me info dump. All right, bet. Yeah, so I'll start reading this and then we'll read the info dump. Let's see. This section summarizes some of these changes might be permanent. Actually, also, is the text big enough? Just not realizing that it might not be. I need to remember to get the windowed projector out. There we go. Backgrounds got redone in a lot of minor ways. Got it. Species all have 2 abilities, and multi-species is an actual mechanic rather than all fluff. Beautiful. I like both. I understood it being fluff. I was like, that's if that is something that they don't want to fuck with, I can respect it. But I like it as a mechanic. I think it's a cool idea for a mechanic, especially if you're making it this consistent thing of species all have 2 abilities. I'm just gonna really quickly, hypothesize on what the multi-species mechanic will be, is that you get 1 ability from each. And you just get to choose, which is cool. And it's actually something I was looking yesterday and today at Marvel's Rivals, and I was like, oh, it kind of weirds me out that some heroes have passives, some have team up abilities, some don't, some have literally just more abilities on more hotkeys on the keyboard. And I'm like, I would much prefer everything to have the same number of abilities. If there are passives in the game, everyone has a passive. That is much more my type of game, because I think that it makes, number one, I think it makes balancing substantially easier. I think you're much less likely to get an unbalanced product out of that. And I think if you really want something to have more abilities, you can give it alternate forms. So it's fucking Incredible Hulk has some as Bruce Banner, some as the Hulk. This is the same way that Heroes of the Storm handles Diva. And I think that MOBAs are a good example. Everyone in MOBAs always has the same contingent of abilities unless you customize them in some way. So when there's no builds or loadouts, I like for everything to have the same number of abilities. So that is all to say, I like species getting locked at 2, makes balancing way easier, actually makes multi-species way easier to implement. I think it's going to lead to a more solid product all over. All in all. Ranger got a lot more flexibility for their animal stuff. Oh, that'd be sick. I mean, I hope that if Ranger got more flexibility for their animal stuff, Druid got more flexibility for their wild shape. Because the main thing I didn't like about wild shape in 1.3 was how limited it was. And after all the combat number rebalancing, we landed almost at the same place, except there is no minor. Okay, interesting. You guys 90% of the way there. You get the top ability of one and the bottom of another, specifically so that if they want to add something later, but it has a broken combo. That's a really clever idea. On how to potentially prevent combos, because there is a situation, right, where here, let me pull up. I need to make sure that we're not. I'll go into the TTRPG vault. Let's see. Do you know about Dungeons of Drakkenheim? I do. I am aware of Dungeons of Drakkenheim. That was probably one of the 2 actual plays, or not 2. Probably I think I said this the other day on Critical Eyes. It was probably one of the 3 actual plays I was aware of before I actually started streaming. So yes, I am aware of Drakkenheim. I will say, in terms of potentially consuming Drakkenheim as a content piece, I don't think that we're going to be looking at any actual plays other than Campaign 1 until Campaign 1 of Critical Eyes is wrapped. I think in between Campaign 1 and 2, we're going to do some experimentation. And maybe there will be some one-offs. Yeah, maybe I will involve Drakkenheim at some point in some way. But right now, the focus is on Campaign 1. And potentially some smaller ones, like one-shots or something in between. But Drakkenheim is on my radar. And I have heard very, very good things. Let's see. What was I? There was I was gonna put. Oh yeah, I wanted to put the a drawing thing on screen so that I can draw out what I was talking about. Hopefully, I did not lose the plot in between. Let's see. Hopefully. Oh wait. We're gonna try something new. We're gonna try something a little new. So we want to go to 9 matrix. I also want to see how slow this is gonna be. Because I had this idea for like a stream setup thing, and I was like, this will be so much faster. But I'm starting to worry that it might actually end up being slower. So that's on, and then we're gonna have tablet there. Oh, that didn't work? What? Why? Oh no. Wait, within the 9 matrix, down. Oh wait, I think I might know why it didn't work. No, it still didn't work. Okay, wait 1 second. Something is messing up with my entire setup, so I gotta check it out. Yeah, H is on. Tablet's on. Oh, I know exactly why it isn't working. Haha, there it is. All right, that's my bad. I know what was wrong. That's actually good, because that means that my shit was working. I'm just stupid, which is much more what I would prefer to be. I think the Druid did also get an update, but I don't have a Druid, so I'm less well informed. Ah, gotcha. Okay. We'll check it out. Dot is not substantially shorter than CR, so it'd be hard to shove in as a gap. Okay, we might be able to... I do want to also experiment with new formats. So maybe Dungeons of Dragonheim could get could be an experiment for a different format, like beyond the standard Critical Eyes format. Maybe. We'll see. It's a whole lot to commit to, though. I get it. Yeah, I mean, the Critical Eyes is a format that I love. It is what has brought me even the modicum of audience that I have. I really love doing it, but Critical Eyes just at base is an incredibly high effort format. And so I have been trying to experiment with lower effort formats that I'm still comfortable with. Like, I can't do a lower effort. I can't just put less effort into Critical Eyes. Like, I can't just, like, pause and talk less. That would suck. So I have to try and develop a new format that is still, like, ethical and I still like, but I can put less effort into in terms of the, like, output that it receives or that it provides. So I've been thinking about it. There's some experimentation, because I'll also have to experiment with Legend of Vox Machina. I might have to experiment with D20 because all of it's behind a paywall, and I want to very much respect that. I think that Dropout's doing the best paywall game in the biz. So I want to respect their strategy and their, like, business. So yeah, there are lots of possibilities, and I can guarantee you I'll be experimenting with it. But what was I? Oh yeah, the bottom and top ability. So that was what I was originally getting out the drawing pad for. I almost forgot. But no, that's really, really clever, because then this is one of the things that this is a very similar thing that I think that D&D 5e invocations or Battlemaster techniques approach, where you have a lot of choice, but it is only within voluntary circumstances, and or it's in places where the choice won't overwhelm you. So, like, there are so many invocations in 5e, but no one complains about, like, the sheer amount of invocations that there are, because you only have to interact with the giant list during level up, and you're normally picking one. In actual gameplay, you have, your very short list that you build over time, so you're very familiar with all of them. Battlemaster techniques are very similar, and this is sort of accessing the same thing of if you don't want to, interact with multi-species, you would never know, just looking at the design of a given species, that design principle is there. And they gave themselves a really easy way to potentially avoid making any given they potentially avoided designing themselves into a corner, because like with the ribbit, right, with the little ribbit, that's going to be my interpretation of the ribbit. With the ribbit, right, they had their tongue ability, and this tongue ability at base was so much better than their water ability. Like the tongue just had the water just fucking outclassed. And you might not want to create a species or whatever. Like, you might not want to necessarily like strictly balance every species abilities to be, exactly even. You might want the tongue to be a little bit stronger and, maybe the water's less strong. That's totally fine. But you do run into this situation if you allow multi-species where, people will just pick out the strong ones, and that could potentially be an issue. So, like you're saying with like the potential combos, now you say, okay, if any given species has an ability that is stronger than another, like substantially stronger, and we're also not worried about like any specific combos, then we'll put it on top. And that is like their own design, like internal design philosophy, is more powerful ability always goes on top. If they're equally balanced, then that's great. They're equally balanced. And then no one's ever gonna like see that. If they're just like doing a regular species, they're just like, that's fine. They wouldn't even notice. You only notice it, and you only notice maybe the top and bottom thing when you go to multi-species. So it's locking off mechanics only into places they need to be. You know what I'm saying? It's not like you have to deal with this top and bottom consideration, which is a consideration that is only meant for multi-classing, unless you're multi-species-ing, unless you're interacting with multi-species. And to give a comparison, concentration in 5e is a mechanic that you have to interact with no matter if you're doing the combos that concentration is meant to address. Right? That's one of the, like, when I talk about like band-aid solutions, that is mainly the core concept or issue that I'm addressing when I'm talking about band-aid solutions, is solutions, mechanics that are meant to solve a problem, but impact larger areas of the game, larger swaths of the game, than the specific problems that they're addressing. You have to deal with concentration regardless of if you're approaching a combo that, regardless of anything, you have to deal with concentration, even if you only have one concentration spell. Even though concentration is, which gets into a whole other thing of concentration, is what you would also call in like programming terms, it's an overloaded mechanic. It is simultaneously a mechanic to prevent combos as well as a mechanic to prevent spells, or to add risk reward to like longer duration spells. So all that is to say, I like the bottom top thing because it is a locked off mechanic that addresses a very specific problem, and it only addresses it and matters in the context where it matters. So I would call that just a legitimate tool rather than like a band-aid solution. Let's see. D20 would be a good fit for something popular that'll bring in eyes, but also short enough to shove in. Yeah. Dungeon dudes are also a bit more approachable, so the chance of getting a dialogue going, explicit concessions, is much higher than with CR. I have thought about that. Yeah, I have thought about that. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know how much I can say or talk about, but that has been on my mind. I'll say that. To your point, I assume they do have an internal rule, but I could not tell you just by memory if the top or bottom is generally stronger. Yeah, and it might not be, but I like the mechanic of the top and bottom because it allows them rule, or how do I say it? The player only has to consider that one rule, and then as long as the development team is keeping that one rule very in mind, then they can have all sorts of internal design rules that interact with the actual, like, you know, essentially player rule without being more cumbersome on the players at all. It's not like I think the alternative would be if species abilities had like markers, like if they had like tags, a la concentration, where, oh, you just can't take like you know, oh, this is a square species feature and this is a diamond species feature, and when you're multi-speciesing, you can only take you can't take two features that have the same symbol on them, essentially, which again is a mechanic that if all of these species things had to have symbols, you would either have to provide a separate chart within the multi-species thing, which would be crazy, or you would have to tag everything on the actual species list, in which case people that are not interacting with the multi-species mechanic are forced to interact, or at least view and see and potentially be confused by the solution to a problem within a mechanic that they're not interacting with. So I like the top and bottom a lot more than something like tags, like mutually exclusive tags. It's not obvious, even to my designer brain, that it's there, except they set it on a stream. Got it. The potential issue actually grows out of your praise, though. Uh-oh. I imagine a lot of people are not going to realize you're meant to be limited to one top, one bottom, because otherwise it's so non-obvious. Yeah, I can see that. I can definitely see that. To an extent, I would liken it to the way that spell slots are handled in D&D 5e multiclassing, where if you do not read the multiclassing rules, you might assume that you just get the full, like, whatever your spell at that, or whatever your class at that level gives you in terms of spell slots, you just get. But there's actually, you know, there's a separate multi-classing spell slots table. And in both of these cases, it is possible that the raw gets missed by new folks. However, I'll provide very anecdotal experience for why I'm okay with that. Very anecdotal. Take it with a grain of salt. When I first started playing D&D 5e, we misunderstood. We misunderstood the difference between we conflated cantrips, spell slots, and prepared spells. So we thought that the number of spells you could prepare was the spell slot number. So like if it said you had 2 third-level spell slots, we thought that meant you could prepare 2 third-level spells and then just use them as much as you fucking wanted. which is fucking insane. So we had our warlock just casting Hunger of Hadar like 5 times 5 times a combat at like level 5 or something. It was ludicrous. It was ridiculous. But we ended up naturally understanding that was ludicrous and ridiculous. Now, that is a much more hyperbolic situation than maybe this species thing. But especially if the multi-species rules are in the core rule book. You know, they're not in a second rule book like the DMG or something. If they're in the core rule book, I think it is reasonable for the designers to assume that people are at least going to read the broad strokes, like the intro paragraphs and chapters or whatever, to any given thing they're trying to do within the rulebook. So if someone is trying to multi-class, I think it's reasonable for the designers to assume that someone's at least going to read like the first page of the multi-classing chapter, maybe 2 pages. So if in the multi-species rules they mention, hey, there's a restriction, like right off the bat, in those rules, I think we're good. So I think it's mostly an organizational challenge at that point, and the actual core mechanical design is good. Which is like the 2 separate but also very important discussions of the way your rules are actually designed versus the presentation of them. A game that I really love, Quacks of Quedlingburg, I think is a really well-designed game with incredibly well-designed mechanics, and I think its rule book is very bad. I think it has a pretty shit rule book, at least on the broad order of board game rule books, especially for how few mechanics it actually has. It's kind of wild that the rule book is how it is. So I think there's kind of two separate challenges that are both very valid. Like Paige was talking about, she was trying to learn Quacks from scratch, and she was like, yeah, I nearly gave up because the rule book was so confusing. And then I came in because I'd played it before and we talked about it, and the moment that she talked to someone else, she was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. But yeah. What up, Thashel? How you doing? I know some of their earlier campaigns are all on YouTube, but you may have seen them. I've only seen half of Fantasy High. That's the only one. So, I don't know. Top or bottom is an unnecessary discussion. Just go. Just be a based switch. You're so right, Lucas. That's true. And the current section in the rules for multi-species is so short, it's not unrealistic to ask people to actually read those rules if you want to use them. Yeah, especially if it's mega short, yeah. It's like if you're going to interact with a mechanic, you should probably read just like the first few pages. Like the first page, The number of keywords with similar but different meanings in current 5e is pretty absurd. I don't blame anyone for getting mixed up early on. Yeah, I think that 5e made a few decisions that I very much understand and respect, and I think one of those is this inclination towards natural language that I understand broadly, but I think is a misplaced... at least if I am assuming, which I'm speculating, but I assume that the use of natural language is a desire to make the rules more comprehensible to a newer audience. And I think that is the wrong solution. I think that clarity is more often going to be more useful, even to a newer audience. Especially if they have like people there to teach them. Now, what the all in all solution is, I don't know. I have not designed a TTRPG to completion, so I don't want to act like I know too much. But I do think that it's the I understand what they're going for, but I think it's maybe the wrong design direction. To my knowledge, there's no outright broken combos for species for now, so the safety net is 100% future looking. It seems like a lot of things in Daggerheart are future looking, which I appreciate. Like the domain decks, I have a slight issue with the domain decks in terms of potential future classes, but we'll see. But I think that in terms of adding features, the domain decks are just like kind of a stroke of genius. In terms of just like having a deck of features that you pull from, it makes the expandability of base classes so easy, just dead simple. Now, in terms of them sharing the domain decks and each having two that overlaps, that's where I get a little like, how are future classes going to work? My current theory is that future classes will be released with two new domains. So they'll like future classes will be released in pairs with pairs of domain decks. That's my current theory, especially because the multi-classing in Daggerheart is so focused around just gaining domain decks from other classes. And it's like the multi-classing itself is so light. That is what I assume will happen. But the domain decks themselves, I think, are sick. And 100% future looking. Like, there's not a huge reason to do the cards that way. Like, it's an aesthetic choice, sure, but it's a pretty substantial aesthetic choice with, like, a lot of mechanical implications that I find it hard to believe that the future-looking aspect wasn't at least a solid factor, you know? But you won't get into this is obviously broken situation yet. Yeah. You're more likely to miss it entirely than you are to stop reading halfway through. Yeah, okay. I mean, and to that extent, if multi-species is not explicitly mentioned within the overall species document, then they can't get the rule wrong if they don't know about it. And then if they do know about it, they should read the thing, you know. Aesthetically broken into multiple paragraphs, but it's 3 cents prelude, then 2 item bullet point. Yeah. The keyword thing I meant specifically for magic, prepared spells, spell slots, no spell. Right. I feel you. I absolutely get you. Yeah, the difference between known and prepared casters is a thing that I understand in 5e, but I think is odd, to say the least. Like, it's this like common mechanic that like the classes are split into, and it's intensely mechanically impactful, but it's really low key as like who is a prepared caster and who's a known caster, and it's not like really part of any class's like super identity, maybe besides wizard, but there are so many other prepared casters that it's like it feels weird to even call that like an identity of wizard. So I would understand if they just went to everyone being prepared or everyone being known. I think that would honestly make more sense outside of a core class feature. I think that every single class being a known caster, but wizard having prepared casting as like their core distinguishing feature of they have this fucking spell book that they can swap their spells in and out of in their brain. Like that I honestly don't say this to like try and be hyperbolic or to try and like throw shade. It's honestly strange to me that is not how 5e is designed. I understand if people have beef with known caster, that makes a lot of sense, but wizard really doesn't have a core distinguishing feature, and the way that prepared caster is designed just screams 5e wizard to me. Like, it screams it at the top of its fucking lungs. And so, when I say it's strange to me, I say it's strange because wizard doesn't have this core feature. Like, as a class, it's just the caster, but there's so many other casters. And then you have a feature that seems almost bespoke designed to be a wizard feature. But then maybe they got like bad feedback. I don't know. But yeah, that's always been kind of odd to me. What a Mustang. Just talking about the artboard out of context is amazing. It is just tongue and water, huh? That is funny. Multiclassing did not fundamentally change BTW. Didn't mention it previously because of no change, but since you're touching on it, I wanted to clarify any judgment you have on multiclassing will still be valid. Good. I like multiclassing. I think it's cool the way that they've designed it. It is predicated on the domain deck design, which I think are good, so I like it. I was gonna say I kind of like the idea of there being a default and like one breaking that. It's evenly enough split right now that it doesn't feel like there's a default. That's exactly how I feel. It definitely feels like these two styles are so impactful that it really does. It's so distinguishing, like between what are known casters and what are prepared casters. It's so distinguishing. But it's so currently evenly split that it doesn't feel distinguishing. It doesn't even feel like there's like two tiers of casters because the known casters are, I don't know. It's strange. I agree. It's strange. Wizard identity is peak spellcaster, but there's a lot of issues with identity being best at X that many other classes can also do. Yeah, I agree. I think that the best version of that, like, how do I say this? I don't like that as a class identity. Yeah, I don't like peak at blank. But I think if you're going to do that, it needs to be extreme. So, like, it needs to be something that you... the comparison I'll make is Fighter. Fighter eventually getting 4 attacks is double the amount of any other class in the game. It is so distinguishing as to make them feel radically different, especially when multi-attack is such a... power spike. And then beyond that, them getting the most ASIs, which is something that everyone gets, but they get like explicitly more of them. And then Fighter gets this, they get to be the best version of themselves, whatever. And then all of the Fighter subclasses, I will claim, are pretty unique. I think they do a solid job typically, cough, cough, Arcane Archer, at designing fighter subclasses to like feel unique. Whereas wizard subclasses explicitly don't feel unique. I love me Order of the Scribes. Everything else can kind of suck eggs. Portent on Divination Wizard is an awesome feature, but it's an exception that proves the rule. But yeah, it's like Wizard has this, it's not like that much better at spellcasting. I think that's the weird thing to me, is it's not like they get like double the number of spell slots or like triple the number of cantrips. They just have a big list and they get a lot of options. But that doesn't actually like change like the power of their spellcasting, really? Like, Cleric's gonna be putting out similar magical DPS to fucking Wizard. Same thing with Sock. So yeah, they're not that much better to where it really feels like a distinguishing feature. Unlike Fighter, which is doing double the number of attacks by level 20. MTG did that idea better. Blue can fly easily and for cheap. White flies, but it's noticeably more expensive. The other colors rarely fly. Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah. It works because it's so obviously different levels. Yes. Wizard v Sorcerer feel too similar in spellcasting prowess specifically. Yeah, I mean, I put out a short about Sorcerer. They don't have anything distinguishing. Arguably, Sorcerer feels more powerful because of meta magic. Yeah, precisely. It's like Wizard's identity is vibes. Like, Wizard's identity is flexibility and options, but magic is inherently incredibly flexible already. And the Wizard is not that much more flexible. Like, if they could modify their prepared spell list, like, fucking mid-combat for free, then, like, maybe we have a conversation. Maybe. But even that, I would argue, probably isn't enough to justify it as an identity. Wizard is wanna play a nerd, like a yeah, like a turbo nerd. Also, do you want to have like a massive detriment? But they're still good because Wizard's just good. Anyways, we're talking about Daggerheart. Probably. I don't know. Let's do it. Changelog version 1.5 universal changes. Minor thresholds have been eliminated. Eliminated? Okay, wait. I immediately gotta go and check some shit out. Wait, eliminated? That's kind of wacky. I haven't seen that. Let me go check it out. No. Game compendium. Yeah, there we go. Classes. This is one of the big changes I listed. Yes. Oh, that's what you meant. Honestly, I think I misunderstood that when you listed it. Oh, wait. I think I might have stopped reading at... Did I stop reading at some point? I think Druid did also get an update. Oh, options on leveling up got quite a few changes. You can optionally get more domain abilities if you want to go all in. Oh. Interesting. Okay. Looking at the character sheet makes it very clear, though. Okay. Let's see. Druid. I'd say look at how they represent on the character sheet before you even read the rules as text. Oh, yeah, just damage thresholds, major, severe. I mean, I do remember even at the, in the betas that I was participating in, I was very much noticing that they seemed to have this off and on relationship with the minor threshold. It was like, at first, the minor threshold, if you got under it, you were taking a stress. If you did this, that was happening, and then they lowered it, and it was all of this this stuff. Minor damage, major damage, severe damage. That's great. Hit points and stress. This area is the part that confused all three of the people that I played with. The way that the thresholds worked, I think was really clever, and I don't think that they got rid of any of the things that made it clever. I like the threshold concept a lot, but this was definitely the thing that all three of the people I played with were the most confused about in terms of like initial rules. Minor threshold, I think, changed literally every update. Lol. So yeah, I like this. It is now, it's less about the thresholds, which this to me does feel like, I don't think I would have thought of it at the time. Obviously, I mean, I didn't talk about it at the time. But it's like this way of representing it as, this is the 1 HP area, this is the 2 HP area, this is the 3 HP area, and then these are the borders between it, it just makes aesthetic and intuitive sense. I think they'll still have to contend with ties. Every game always has to contend with ties. That's nothing new. But I think this is good. I think this is very, very good. This makes a lot of sense. Yeah. They feel more like breakpoints now. Yeah, precisely. And which is, you hear the word of damage threshold, And it absolutely feels like that's what it should be, you know? It feels like it should be a breakpoint. And now it actually looks like that. Like, I remember people asking me, so like if I take that much damage, and then I like have to like reflect it as stress as well? Like, is this like a stress, like a plus stress thing? And I'm like, no. It's like you take this much damage, you take that much. It was very confusing to explain. I think that this looks way better. That's very good. All classes have been given a unique hope feature. Totally makes a lot of sense. Speaking of, consistent design, when we were talking about the species, every class having a hope feature for a mechanic that everyone interacts with just by rolling dice. Like, it doesn't matter what class you are as to how often you will get hope, really. Unless you have like another feature that affects it. But like, at base, everyone is getting hope a little bit more than 50% of the time. And it was kind of odd that people had like differing ways that they could spend them. Now, I think it would be cool if, you can dive even more into spending hope and maybe developing hope. I think that's cool. But every class having a baseline hope feature. I think if I remember correctly, in 1.3, everyone could spend a hope to like help a teammate. There was like a base mechanic, which I think is also a way to address this kind of aspect of it. But I also think that giving all classes a unique hope feature makes a lot of sense when it's such a consistently interactable mechanic. The hope features in general aren't that powerful, but I cannot get rid of my players' hope. They need more sinks for sure. I mean, like I said, they're getting it more than 55% of the time. More than 55%. So they absolutely have to have a sink. You basically want them to be spending it close to half of the times that they make an action. Like, obviously, they're going to save some up, but they can only save 6. So you want for there to be incredibly consistent ways for them to get rid of it. Yeah. One second. Let me just turn that off really quick just to make sure. I think I might be flashing something on screen. Okay, no, I'm not. Cool. I had to check a Discord notification, and I didn't know if it was going to pop up on this screen. We've had only one session past this update, so it's too early to tell precisely how well this worked for us as a sync. I mean, I think it is something that's so consistent, and it's this interesting thing with, when I first read this, I conceptualized hope as combo, or like a rage meter, or like a thing that you build up by doing stuff. And then I conceptualized stress as blood magic, it's similar to how it feels in Blades in the Dark or PBTA of, stress is this thing that you start out with an amount of, and you are trying not to hit the limit. It's a risk reward thing. It's a push your luck mechanic, you might say. Because other things can give you stress, but you can also use stress. So every time you use stress, you're pushing your luck that something else isn't going to give you stress and put you close to the edge. And so that's always like a resource management issue. If they end a session not having used all their stress, that's fine. Especially because, they have limited choices on downtime actions or long rest actions. And clearing stress is only one of those. But combo is something that you want your player to be constantly using in any game that they're using it in. The only question with combo should be, do I wait 2 more turns? Do I build up the meter to use an even better move? I think that should actually be kind of the ultimate question with a combo-esque ability. Like, if you think about, like, a fighting game where combo is a mechanic, it is normally you can build up a certain amount of combo to use, like okay, good moves, or you can build up a lot of combo to use a great move. It's almost like an ult bar, but if you could use, like, mini ults in between. And I think that should be the thing that combo type features are accessing. And I think that Hope falls into that category of you're building Hope all the time, kinda no matter what you do. And so you either want a ton of ways to use it, or you want progressively better ways to use it as you build up Hope. So, a ability that costs 3 hope, 4 hope, 5 hope, maybe even like max of 6 hope. So I think either more or just more powerful features. My sorcerer had virtually nothing to use their hope on prior to this. So that's good. Yeah. All classes can spend 1 to help, 3 to team up. I think that's all the base ones. Yeah. Another broad change. Precise combat numbers changed a lot, but the net effect is higher number of armor slots, but lower number of armor, which I think you may have opinions on. Yeah. Armor is also what I would call a push your luck mechanic. Like, armor and stress are very similarly designed. It's this meter that you mark up. And you have to spend long rest or downtime actions to get the meter back down. And I think in general, there's a balancing act that you have to achieve with those sorts of mechanics, where you want it to feel substantial to use. And the more you up the number that they can have, like the more you up this number, the more individually effective raising this number becomes, because this number is essentially, multiplied by this number, in terms of like the overall effectiveness of your armor. And so you want to strike this balance where this number, this 6 over here, the number of slots you have is large enough that, number 1, people don't feel afraid to use it. Number 2, that it feels worth it to raise this number. You don't want them to feel like there is so few armor slots that raising your armor score by 1 basically has no meaning. You want that to feel like something they could, spec into. And then that's what they're going to use a lot of their long time is, like, repairing their armor. It's a very, evocative image. So I wouldn't even say I have necessarily an opinion on the exact way that they rebalanced it, because they have the numbers on this. But I think that's the balance you have to strike with that sort of mechanic, is this balancing act between they need to use it, they need to feel like raising the number is impactful, but they can't make the meter so big that raising the number is too impactful, and they can't make it so big that it feels meaningless to use it. If you have 20 armor slots, fucking mark an armor every time you get hit, right? You want it to be a decision point, which means that you have to limit the amount of it. It's similar with stress. But you don't want to limit it so much that they don't want to use it, or that it doesn't feel impactful to interact with. So it's a tough balancing act. To me, basing everything on 6 makes sense. Like 6 hope, 6 HP, 6 stress, 6 armor slots. Like, basing everything on 6 makes it very, I think, easy to organize, easy to balance, and it makes it easy for polyhedrals to very consistently interact with. And now I'm not sure if maybe this Samaya Rogue has maybe more armor slots, so maybe it's not, you know, as consistently balanced as I'm making it out. But I think that would make a lot of sense, you know. 6 armor slot is, I think, the default, though not technically constant by class. Gotcha. I mean, I think that, you know, that makes sense. I honestly think if they wanted to, they could make it a consistent number of slots, unless you had a feature that would maybe raise it by the polyhedral number. So, you know, 6 to 8 to 10 to 12 to maybe max at 12. But that would be like, you have to choose domain features. Maybe that's a specialization feature for like Guardian or something. I think that would make a lot of sense. Alternatively, you could also have all of those same features just interact with the armor number. I'm honestly a fan of keeping a lot of things consistent between classes with very explicit modification points. So the fact that armor is something that is determined by equipment and not by your base class, I think also makes it the thing that something like a subclass or a domain feature should interact with. It is already the number that they can raise through other trade-offs. I think we just continue to invest in that. And then the number of armor slots being always consistent would make all of those other numbers, all of those interactions with the armor itself, easier to balance. I will say, there is kind of an alternate viewpoint of just like what is fun, which is that raising both capacity and effectiveness is fun. So like people like to both be able to get more powerful and be able to do the powerful thing more often. I don't think that's like controversial to say that people enjoy doing that sort of thing. You think of like Slay the Spire, increasing the number of orb slots you have on the defect rather than just raising the power of your orbs. Like, people like that sort of shit. So I don't want to be too hard on them potentially raising the number of armor slots through certain things. But I like for 6 to be the default and then other things to maybe raise it by the polyhedrals or something like that. That way you can put like crazy abilities. Like you could put an armor fucking curse. Like you could put like weakened on armor through like an enemy ability. Like I'm thinking like an acid slime or something. It spits at you, your armor gets weakened. For the rest of the combat, you have to roll a d6 whenever you expend an armor slot, and that many slots get filled instead of one. Something like that. I like the aspect of keeping it on default 6 with it raising by the polyhedrals so that that's really easy to roll. But that's a pretty minor factor with that. It's not quite this clean, but imagine you get twice the armor slots, but your armor number is halved. Mathematically, it's almost identical, but it is more flexible. Yeah. Which that, to me, sounds like people weren't using armor enough. It was getting like pushed over into too good to use territory. And that's not what you want with that sort of mechanic. You do not want armor to get relegated to too good to use. So raising the capacity but lowering the effectiveness reduces the amount of good it is on each individual use. So it keeps the overall effectiveness, which, you know, they've balanced the entire system for, while making players more likely to interact with it. It's almost a similar issue of like exhaustion in 5e. Of like, exhaustion isn't too good to use, it's too bad to give. Like, exhaustion is so impactful that DMs never want to give it out because it's crazy detrimental. It's sort of same but corollary problems, you know? Then it also interacts with a few class abilities, but that gets complicated. Yeah. Once again, you're going more mental and less math. I mean, this is sort of the way I think about design, is the math can get balanced out. Like if you go into a design that is well mentally constructed, you know, where just the mechanics and the way that they relate to each other is all have proper relationships, the actual fine details of the numbers I don't think matter as much. Like if it's a well-designed cosmology of of features, the specific numbers can get tweaked up and down. And I actually think that that is much easier than constructing a web of numbers that look right but have weird tenuous relationships with each other, where like the relationship only works because of the numbers, because then you can never change the numbers without fucking with the relationship a lot. So I guess in that way, my mentality is also very future looking. You know, we were talking about future looking earlier. I think that that is a fundamentally future looking and future proofing mentality. The Guardian subclass my player chose gets 1 armor slot. You can also raise that on level up. It's a bit more constant than I had remembered. Yeah, and I'd maybe like it if the Guardian got like maybe a passive bonus to their armor score rather than their slot number, or if it was like a +2 on the slot number, but that's like a really minor aesthetic thing. One of the level up options is to gain an armor and can only take it once per tier. It would totally be so much easier to handle in a physical game situation if it went up by 2 slots each time. Yeah. But, you know, the way this does get into, like you know, we were just talking about, when you get into the fine details of numbers, that may just not be the way that the balancing works. You know, going up by 2 each time is like a really clean, fun, aesthetic thing that I would like. But it's definitely not like, what do you call it? It's not an inherently necessary thing within the mechanic. So if the way that the rest of the numbers work out means that +2 every time just isn't plausible, then, you know, we're that's fine. Yeah, we're all good. I love that you approach it more mental and less math. Too often, two people who agree with each other become an echo chamber. Hell yeah, yeah. I like same thing that you're saying. I like people who ground it in the math sometimes, because it's easy to get distracted with the ideals of a situation and not understand that the numbers just don't work. Which I get into sometimes with like magic item design or monster design, which is why I have to fishbowl my stuff, is because I feel like I have good mental awareness of what I'm doing, but sometimes the literal numbers that I write down just don't fucking work. And to a degree can't work. So I have, that's why I have to literally like sit down and fishbowl my stuff, is because otherwise I can run into a bit of number blindness. Because we reach the same conclusion from 2 different directions, I can still learn a lot from your thinking. Yeah. Well, and if you reach it from 2 different sides, it can show more validity to the conclusion itself. If you can come to the conclusion multiple ways, I think that solidifies that conclusion a lot more than if you came at it from one direction. Mathematical is an option. I find it really hard to not go fully math thinking. I get it, yeah. Yeah. I really wish I could talk about 5.5 design with you, just because so many changes are just, We'll have plenty of 5.5 talk. Like I said, I'm waiting for the NDAs to expire, which I think we've got like, I mean, what day is it? We've got like less than a month, I think. 1 D&D NDA expiry. Oh, come on. 1 D&D early access embargo lifts. August 1st. Oh my gosh. So we have It'll be on Thursday that the embargo lifts. So yeah. So I mean, you got probably, I'd say, within these first 5 days. I would say on the first, I'll take a glance at it and decide exactly the format of content I want to do around it. And then sometime between the 4th and the 10th, that content will actually get executed. So yeah, well, it'll be pretty soon. The other Guardian subclass gets a bonus to their armor score when quasi-raging. Interesting. Same subclass gets an armor slot, also gets raised damage thresholds. Gotcha. So there, it's more of the tanking option. Generally, yeah. It's making me realize that there's fully 3 places to tweak that give similar feeling results. Damage thresholds, armor score, and armor slots. Yeah. And I think that armor slots and armor score both, it's basically they're all going in the same direction. I would say that these are what I would call more of like a combination mechanic of armor and armor slots only apply like to each other. Like you're never going to use one without the other. They're just like an expression of an overall armor mechanic. Whereas the damage thresholds are passive. You know, you never run out of them. They're always applying. Oh yeah. And evasion is similar. So I would honestly, if we want to really think about it broadly, I would say that evasion and damage thresholds are actually the same mechanic. And then armor and armor slots are also the same mechanic. You're never going to deal with armor and armor slots separate from each other. And you're never going to deal with evasion and damage thresholds separate from each other. Unless you have the interposing of armor, which, you know, they're all tied together very clearly. But let's say you're out of armor. Let's say you remove armor from the equation. Evasion and damage thresholds are always going to be there. So there's this kind of interesting, almost 3-tiered system within it of a passive. Oh wait, I have a fucking pen. What am I doing? Where you have a passive, then an active, and then another layer of passive before you actually get down to brass tacks. You know, well, before you actually get down to taking any amount of HP. And I like the general vibe of it. I like that there's just like a binary up here, yes, no, to see, do we even need to fuck with the other shit? You know, do we need to mess with thresholds and this resource consideration, which I think is a good way to conceptualize evasion, and frankly, a bad way to conceptualize armor. Cough, cough, AC. I think it's a really good way to conceptualize this concept of like dodging. It's either you dodge it or you don't. So I like that first. Then we have a sort of push your luck, which, you know, may be debatable. I might be using push your luck a little bit too broadly here. But you have, let's maybe call it a resource management question. So you have a resource management question. Are you going to save it for later, or are you not? But I think the especially clever thing about this is that it's not just a straight reduction in HP, right? Because if you reorder these things, you could easily put the thresholds right here. You could put this, you could reorder this. You could say, so let's go over to here. Get rid of all that. get rid of the tongue and the water. So we have evasion, we have armor, then we have damage thresholds. Right. Why can I not zoom out? It is not letting me. I have a cheat code. If you reorder this, where damage thresholds are instead the second consideration. So and then we'll grab all these. Right. So oh no, I failed. So we've reordered it to where it's evasion, damage thresholds, and then armor. Passive, passive, active. I think to some people this would make some amount of sense, especially because evasion and damage thresholds are both this kind of passive negation of damage. But I think that this makes armor an especially less interesting question. So I think that is why they're ordered in the way that they are, is because the way that they're ordered makes armor a more interesting question. Armor could just reduce an HP amount. You could have armor that's like 0, 1, 2, 3. Not only is that constraining to armor, unless you want to totally rework the HP mechanic, that's a bit constraining for armor. But also, it's not that interesting of a question. You know, you're just like reducing an overall amount of damage, sort of similar to Stone's endurance, and it approaches the healing problem in D&D. Dun dun dun. It approaches the healing problem of, if I'm going to like spend a thing to just take less damage, why is that good right now but bad later? Right there, what's the difference between doing it now and doing it some other time into the future? And like, you know, potentially not having to like waste an armor slot and fuck with that in downtime, right? So now it's this kind of vague question of maybe I use it then, maybe I use it later, but the actual effect isn't going to change. I think the thing that is so stealth good about the Daggerheart ordering is that because you have the active come first and interact with this passive, it makes the active substantially more impactful in some situations than others, which gives the player more to latch onto with their decision making and just makes armor in general a much more interesting question of, and I ran into it in my games, if you can use your armor and just reduce it from 3 to 2, maybe you're less likely to do that than using your armor to reduce it from 2 to 1. Both are a 1 HP, difference, but one is essentially double the effect of the other. And there are some situations where you, even using your armor, you wouldn't be able to get it below the threshold. And now that puts an entire other sort of improvement pressure on the armor number, where not only is improving this armor just going to be like generically better, but it's going to actually increase the likelihood of armor being useful rather than just its raw usefulness. So armor plays with the question, and improving your armor plays with the question of when do you use it, rather than necessarily even how effective is it. Unless you get your armor score very high, unless you get it to like 7, this actual like armor number right here, you're not going to be reducing the damage by more than 1 HP. Like, it's always going to probably reduce it by 1 HP, unless you also, like, maybe mess with the threshold numbers, but if you mess with the threshold number, you're messing with the armor. It's a whole thing. But I think that makes armor a much more interesting decision point, and also will more consistently reward improving it. Let me reread for a second. to your point, back when they had 3 damage thresholds, the lowest threshold was another yes no. Yeah, it was. Which I think they are very correct in making it a passive yes no, a resource management question, and then the final damage threshold question of the magnitude. I think that making damage threshold a pure magnitude question is the right way to go. Unless you get to purely 0, I guess. I still don't know if maybe 0 you don't take anything. But which might be one justification to remove it. True. I agree. Speaking of healing, one interesting thing that's coming out in play is that healing is multifaceted. You can heal armor slots, HP, stress, and to a much less impactful degree, hope. I entirely agree. That that's a really interesting question. Stress is a overall power and capability mechanic. Armor is a resource management. When will this be applicable? That's why I kind of use push your luck, because there's a chance that depending on your armor score, you might get fucked on damage rolls and armor just isn't effective. Like on this Samaya, if I roll anything, if I roll a 10 or 11, there's absolutely no usefulness. If the damage is above 16, I'm fucked. And if I roll anything below, and if the damage is anything below 6, it's totally useless. There are broad segments of the damage spectrum where armor's not useful. But when it is useful, you can use one resource to reduce the effective health that you take as damage by half. That's crazy. That's so good. That's amazing. So it's almost a a gambling mechanic of, do I think that the damage is gonna work out to where this is gonna be useful for me? And then you have the health that is the actual raw base thing that you may or may not, lose. So yeah, I think that all of these are really, really nice. I think that they all speak to very different class fantasies. I think that they all speak to them well. Yeah. And I think that the ordering in which they are applied is absolutely good and appropriate. And I also think that having because essentially, these are 3 different layers of armor. If we compare this to something like D&D 5e, you have 1. You have AC, and AC is your consummate yes/no. Now, honestly, full honesty, I do not want to talk too much shit on this. I think this is valid. I think that it massively limits class fantasies, and we see that through the requirement of introducing unarmored defense. I think that just having the binary ACs yes/no as the only representation of evasion and armor and then working in what you might call hardiness, which is damage threshold, this magnitude question, working that into HP of HP, but HP isn't a magnitude mechanic, right? The idea of a magnitude mechanic basically doesn't exist. You have some bespoke kind of things that interact with the magnitude, like Stone's Endurance on Goliath, but broadly, there is no magnitude mechanic. There is very little resource management question. Which, if we wanna take it even further, I think that the lack of any resource management question when it comes to how much damage you take is why people like bonus action potions. Straight up. Whenever I have engaged in the bonus action potions discussion, I don't think I have ever heard someone mention a potion other than a potion of healing. People are not wanting to use potions as a bonus action because it's a really, interesting question on, am I going to use the enlarge reduce potion as a bonus action? Maybe that happens. But I think the main driving force is this lack of resource management question. Right now, potions as a full action heighten what I was talking about with the limited number of armor slots, where it becomes too good, or actually, it's more like exhaustion, where giving up an action for a potion of healing is rarely going to actually be good. So I think these are great questions to ask. And I really think that those three simple mechanics can really represent so many different styles of defensive play, which is super duper interesting and really cool. And I think really a lot for any given player to latch onto, we lost our Bard, which was our stress healer, and we're left with only our Seraph, who can only efficiently heal HP. Generally, you don't heal armor slots outside of a rest. We can mostly ignore that one. Hope never seems to run out, though it can in theory. But we're still left with 2 bars to heal on an average day versus 5Es. Yeah. So there's a lot of interesting questions there outside of everything else. Yeah. Thanks, AYJ. 0 and under, you take nothing. Yes. All right, that makes sense. But the fact that our Bard was a form of healer was very interesting. Healing Fear can be as impactful as healing HP. Yeah, it provides more support fantasies. You know what I'm saying? It provides a lot more support fantasies that actually make sense. Like, Bard as a healer is just kind of odd in 5e, but Bard as a stress healer makes perfect sense. Artificer, I mean, I know we don't have one in Daggerheart, but Artificer as an armor healer could make a ton of sense. Potentially even having like a specific background or domain that provided that ability. Something to think about. You can use multiple slots on the same damage, so it's not useless, but less efficient. Yeah, precisely. So, again, it boils down to this resource management question of, am I going to use double the slots for the same impact I could get with 1 slot on a later hit? So it becomes a much more interesting question, especially for people that invest within this passive up here. Yeah. Things like Uncanny Dodge is kind of a bespoke resource management AC thing. It's a very weak one, though, because it's tied to a reaction which comes back every turn. Yes. And yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, it is a yeah. Yeah, it's a that goes towards the conversation of making the bar too big. Like, that's the equivalent of giving, 15 armor slots, but making actual armor 2. Where it is a resource management question, but it kind of boils down to, why not use it? So it's not even... Yeah, it's a very small resource management of the actual resource that you're managing is just a once per turn question. And that normally boils down to, I'm not going to risk it. I'm not going to risk it, and I'm just going to use it, I don't know about Artificer specifically, but there are a lot of classes hiding in Daggerheart within certain domain choices. Yeah. And that's, I don't mean to talk any specifics, but these 3 mechanics are, I think, do a really good job of really efficiently capturing a lot of different class fantasies. Like, which one you choose to interact with says something broad about both the character archetype that you're playing and also what your character values. Like, some of these are value statements. Like, these two are both kind of gambling features. This one is a feature where you expect to get hit all of the time. This leads towards more of a strategic gambler. This one leads more towards a high ego gambler. Like, all of them leave so much space for mechanics, for build choices, that are all very valid towards the overall goal of protecting your HP. So I like it. Especially, I like it in a system that is self-professed combat-focused. Right? Like Daggerheart says we are a combat-focused TTRPG. And if you are a combat-focused TTRPG, I think that this is exactly the sort of thing you want to invest your mechanical bandwidth in. Like, you can only put so many mechanics in a game. If you're going to be combat focused, I think this is exactly the place to focus your dev energy, you know? So yeah, I like it. We've gotten through the second bullet point. Leveling up has been eliminated, adding minor thresholds. That makes sense. Leveling up now includes an option for taking an additional domain card at your level or lower, which is super. That's just cool. That's an option to invest in flexibility over raw power, which is cool as an option. That's a very cool option. Big thumbs up. All experiences now start at 2+. Meh, okay. I actually kind of liked one of them being 2 and one of them being 1, but I also don't really care. Proficiency now takes 2 level up options to decrease. Also, this is like a math thing. I'm sure they have the data, they have the feedback on why that makes sense. Sure. For sure. Guardian continues to be one of the most interestingly designed classes IMO. It's a true tank. Several of its features want you to be hit. Fuck yeah, dude. I can't wait, but we'll have to review, because there's a difference between you want to get hit and other people want to hit you or need to hit you. You know what I'm saying? So there is a potential tank fallacy hidden in there. But we'll have to see. You know what? Fuck it. Let's take a look at it right now. Cause I'm so curious. And you can legit force the DM to hit you versus your allies rather than encouraging it. Fuck yeah. Let's go. I love to hear that. Increase the unstoppable. Once per long rest, unstoppable, which becomes placed on, which begins as a D4. Place it on the spot to the right, starting with the 1. Whenever you deal 1 or more hit to the adversary, increase the unstoppable. I like that. When you increase the value above the die's highest, remove the die and drop out. At level 3, oh. Okay, maybe. Sure. It's rage. I guess that makes sense. Whenever you do 1 or more. Huh. I have to think about this one. This is different than it used to be. While unstoppable, you gain resistance, increase your current armor score, add the current value, cannot be restrained or vulnerable. However, if your unstoppable has been upgraded, you'll turn it to 4. The only thing I don't love about this is that it is punishing you for It is punishing you for acting. I had a very similar opinion of the original 1.3 flight ability on the fairy, where while unstoppable, you gain all of these really good effects. You're resistant, you increase your armor score, you add the current value to your damage dice. I mean, you cannot be restrained or vulnerable. Let's ignore this because it would require you to attack. But even just having these three, like, I want to have these for as long as possible, right? Like, I want to keep this around. But whenever I deal hit points, that's when I increase the unstoppable die. I would much prefer this. I think you literally change one sentence, and I love this feature. Change it to whenever an adversary deals one or more hit points to you, increase the unstoppable die value by 1. Because it's like, if I activate this, I now don't want to hit people at all, even though one of my features wants me to hit people. Like, and beyond that, if you change it to whenever an adversary hits you, now the increased your armor score is a lot more impactful, and you're going to be wanting to use armor all the time to, like, reduce the likelihood of you dropping out of unstoppable. Beyond that, it turns into a push your luck mechanic, where now you want to get hit a little bit to increase the value of the die. Like, you want to get to 4, honestly, as quickly as possible. But you don't want to go beyond 4. Because at 4, you are maximally effective. So then when you're at 4, you start using armor slots. Which this makes you better at doing. And you're trying to keep inside of that unstoppable. That push your luck aspect is awesome because you might run out of armor slots. You might take so much damage that your armor slots can't prevent you from falling out. Get that ass banned, Xenox. Goodbye. But as it stands right now, you can just go unstoppable, gain all the features, and then as long as you don't deal hit points to an adversary, you just keep all these passives. So there's an inverse incentive to, even within the benefits that it gives you. Like, you don't want to interact with this benefit because you don't want to raise your unstoppable die, because that puts you closer to dropping out of it. So, really close. I almost really like it, but I basically don't want anything that deters action on the part of my players. Like, strategic thinking is separate, but especially, like, if a feature wants me to attack, I need the feature to want me to attack. If the feature doesn't want me to attack, it should only give me, like, things for that and, like, maybe some alternate options. But this one, it sort of has some dissonance within itself, you know? The domain card in question is called I Am Your Shield. Oh, I think I kind of remember this one. Is it inside? It's inside of Valor, I think. And if I go to level, and then I Am Your Shield. When an ally very close to you is going to take damage, you may mark stress to stand in its way and take the damage instead. Reduce the damage by the value equal to your strength. Yeah, that's awesome. That is an answer to the tank fallacy type ability, which is fine. You know, if you don't want to play the Guardian as a, like, true tank, like a true tank, then that's totally fine. And then you have these domain options to become the true tank, and to actually find those answers. Unstoppable is one of those things my Guardian doesn't use that often, and it's also been tweaked quite a bit. I think they know it's awkward, It's so close. It's similar to the Bard ability, where, like, the Bard ability had this perverse incentive. Like, if counting up the die is the thing that ends the ability, which, on its face, I don't hate. Like, that feels totally fine to me. If counting up the die is the thing that ends the ability, you want to structure the ability so that the player can reasonably attempt to avoid counting up the die without also reducing their, like, activity. You know what I'm saying? The die used to go down rather than up, if that's something you want to weigh on. No, it's the trigger that makes the die go either direction. That's the problem here. It is you dealing the damage is the thing that leads towards the ability ending. And that's bad. Because dealing damage is something fully within your control. And so your main ability is effectively infinite if you just never act. And that's a perverse incentive, you know? My Guardian's Vengeance, I think Vengeance combos with tank really well. I do remember liking both of these subclasses, I will say. Yeah, this is all damage thresholds, all of the, Oh, wait. Oh, this gives you true tank within it. When you take physical damage, always reduce it by your armor score before applying it to your thresholds. You can still spend armor. That's fucking awesome. Turn your armor into another passive. Talk about a very evocative class fantasy. When a very close ally takes damage, you can mark an armor slot to reduce the damage by your armor score. Not quite true tank, but close. When an ally within distance has 2 or fewer and should take damage, you can immediately mark a stress to sprint to their side and take the damage instead. That's awesome. Forcing DMs to hit you is the mark of a true tank, and this is absolutely hitting on that, as well as the domain card. When you're hit by an enemy in melee range, immediately roll a number d6 for each result +5+. Oh, this is also an answer to the tank fallacy. The tank fallacy can either be forcing the DM to hit you or heavily disincentivizing the DM to hit anyone else while you're around. So these both have answers to the tank fallacy within them. I love that. Whenever enemy is successful, yep, same thing there. Spend 2 hope to prioritize an enemy until your next rest. When you make an attack roll, you switch. Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, that's solid. That's very solid. So anyways, yeah, Unstoppable. I literally think if you swap, you deal damage to the adversary, deals damage to you. I think that's honestly close to a perfect ability. I don't know if the math works out if you do it that way, but you can tweak the numbers to make it work. You can absolutely tweak the numbers to make it work. And just literally just swap the adversary deals 1 or more HP to you, especially given everything else. Going unstoppable, the way... Now, if you swap those 2 things, the way that an adversary knocks you out of unstoppable is to attack you. There's no other way. And until they knock you out, you're doing a bunch of extra damage. So you've now... This is, if you swap those things, another answer to the tank fallacy. I might actually like write a feedback form that is just like, I think Unstoppable is close to a perfect ability. Just swap these 2 things. Maybe I'll check past change logs to see if that was ever a thing in the past, but I don't know. This conversation gave me an idea for a feature that is still really complex in my head. I need to simplify it, tune it. Oh, I know that feel. I know that feeling. But yeah. And if you wanted to make it even more of an answer to the tank fallacy, and I honestly think even better, have it also change it to a countdown. So it's when the adversary deals damage to you, and it's count down instead of count up, and you keep everything else the same, so that as you approach, every time an enemy hits you, they weaken you a little bit from the initial big buff. They, so you start adding 4 at the beginning, and then every time they hit you, it's, 3, 2, 1, and then you drop out. Gives even more incentive for the enemy to hit you and play into that tank fantasy, and confront the tank fallacy. So this is right there. It's right there. But I don't like it. Introduction. Small wording adjustments for sure. Preparing for adventure. Wizard, increased evasion to 10. Rogue, class fear. Okay. Beast form has additional forms available? Okay, let's check it out. Let's check it out. What kind of forms? What kind of forms? Subclasses. I want the forms to just be like this. Just give me features that I have to pick every time I go into a form. That's what I want. I feel like it is straightforward. I'm being real. When you use your beast form, choose a category at your DM's discretion. Though you can't use equipment or spells. Divides the creature categories by each level. Creature category. Okay. Yeah. 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 I don't know, man. I get it. But like the thing about this is no, Dan. That I totally I know that, and that is cool. I was using those as an example. My problem with this is that it is so abstractable. It's so easily abstractable. And they're just not. And it frustrates me to no end. It's like, just give me, all of these are getting 2 features. They're getting 3 things that you take advantage on. Just give me a big ass list and make each feature individually tier gated. So like Rampage, you cannot select until you're in tier 2. Cannonball, you can't select until you're in tier 2. These certain take advantage on. Maybe you can, maybe some of those are locked. Like, I don't think Dig is in here. Yeah. Yeah, so Dig, take advantage on Dig is locked to tier 2. Like, these are all just things that you could leave it up to the player to create. And like, a player could literally just build these little presets themselves. That's the weird thing about this to me, is it would be so like dead simple for a player to build these sorts of things themselves. And I understand that some of these have like different balancing. So like this is +1 strength, this is +1 strength, but this is D8 +2, this is D10 +4, this has evasion +3, this has evasion +1. Okay, it has those things. I almost guarantee it. I don't necessarily know, but I almost guarantee that that is not from these to take advantage on. That is from these abilities. So, let's say for a tier 2 feature, evasion +3 is the default, and this melee strength is also the default. These, these 2 features have no impact on that. Cannonball, or Armored Shell, let's say, gives you a -2 to your evasion, and Cannonball lowers your die to, or lowers your damage to D8 +2. Like, these are different specifically because of these. So just tie in the things that are affecting that to each individual feature, and then just put them in a big list. Just put them in a giant list. it's like clearly they added. I shouldn't say clearly. I shouldn't assume clarity. But I feel like there's a good chance that they added more beast forms because people said, "Hey, there's not enough shit I can be and do and etc. etc." And it's like, dude, let me go and I want to now go and check out the Ranger, because the Ranger animal companion literally had the thing that I want. So let's go see. Let's go see if they've absolutely BM'd me. Whenever your character levels up, companion experience. Yeah. Whenever your character levels up, also choose one option for your companion from the list below and mark it. Like, obviously, this is a shorter list. It's tied to you leveling up. But this is what I'm talking about, of just break out all of the features. And they value some features more than others. Totally get it. Intelligent is better than light in the dark. But, like, this is the thing. Just do this for the other animal-based ability. Like, this is... I feel like I'm only going insane because they do it in the Ranger and then they just have this aversion to it here. And I don't get it. I don't get it. So this would work really well for Sablewood, where all the animals are hybrids. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And then you can make your own little stat block, and the power gamer druids can make these Cronenberg abominations and have a ton of fun with it. And the more RP-focused people can make exact animals with the exact features and advantages that they want to display their specific beast. And it just makes sense to me. I don't know. Yeah, I can fly and swim. Why not? I'm a parrotfish. Yeah, precisely. Precisely. Just, yeah, you can fly and swim. It's like, yeah, right in here, like, take advantage on swim, sneak, navigate. Yeah, get rid of sneak and add flying from... I don't even think Agile Scout is on here. So fuck it, flying's a tier 2? Sure. When I get to tier 2, I can start flying and swimming. Yeah, why not? You only get 3. Just keep it to where you only get 3. You can pick from the list. Some are level gated. This is not an interactable problem, but for balance, the druid forms are interesting to compare versus ranger pet. One can swap often, one is permanent. Yeah, I agree. What I would really like to see, and there is maybe to try and put myself into a mindset where I would do this rather than what I'm suggesting. To put myself into that mindset, I could see it being a thing where they don't want the two to be too reminiscent of each other. Like, they want them to be more distinct, maybe. I think it would be really cool if Druid had a, like, mini domain deck. So it's like the fucking, give them a beast form deck. And then you can acquire, as you level up, acquire new beast form domain cards, and then you can swap them in and out of your beast vault, let's say, because already you can't use equipment or spells while transformed, so there's already a degree of separation. You can use other feature abilities, but there's already a bit of a distinction between the domain cards in your vault and like what you can do in beast form. Make all of these like a beast form deck. That'll make it feel very distinct from the ranger pet. And then you can have it, gain these features as you level up from that domain deck. And then if you want to swap them in and out of your beast vault, let's say, it has like the same consequences as swapping a domain card in and out of your vault on the normal one. You know what I'm saying? If you want to make it feel immensely distinct, right? If you don't care about it feeling distinct, I truly don't understand why this isn't a build your own sort of thing. Like, all of these are so dead similar, and they feel so hot swappable that it's like, even fucking give me these as default beast forms, and then create your own beast form fucking like build chart. You know what I'm saying? It's yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. And the thing is, in terms of like actual design, I think that the beast forms are designed just fine. I just think it's incredibly weird that you can't design your own. Which is just an aesthetic problem. Like, at my table, I could just tell my druid, hey, feel free to design your own. Like, it's a... But then we are, to a degree, missing the things that affect this evasion, the thing that affect these, the things that affect these. Like, to a degree, we're starting to miss those now. But it's an easy homebrew. It just feels like something that shouldn't be homebrew. The main thing that Ranger has to do to avoid 5e Ranger problem is very clearly decide how much of the Ranger power is from the pet. I feel like 5e Ranger is balanced as if the pet is powerful, but it functionally isn't. Well, they also have to... I agree with you. And they also have to make it a... They're making it a core feature, right? It's not a subclass thing, right? Or is it Beastbound? You have an animal companion. Oh, no. It is a subclass. I was wrong. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. This is Wayfinder. Yeah. So, no, you're right. They have to really balance that. Yeah. Because, and that's the case with any pet class, any summoner class, is you have to decide how much of anything is split amongst these two entities. You want the entire thing to be balanced as if it is the same as one entity. You're just selectively cutting out features and things. And theoretically, I think a lot of the class fantasy of it is that you are giving up personal strength for more flexibility and potentially options to things that you wouldn't have if you didn't have the Beast Companion. So something like this, use it like this. Well, actually, all of these are pretty bog standard. They don't really do anything crazy. Uh-oh. I mean, so it looks like the base thing that they're going after is splitting up your profile as a combatant. You know what I'm saying? It looks like they want to split a chunk off of you, and that's the pet. And theoretically, I mean, no shade to 5e, but that should be easy to do. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of my main issue with Ranger as is. You mentioned flexibility, but their pet is pretty fixed. Yeah, well, I kind of expected to look at this training and for there to be, like, bespoke abilities. But that definitely is more the Druid. Like, this, like, little carrier ability or something. This is, like, the sort of thing that I was expecting to see on the Ranger beast. But there really isn't. So the main thing that this pet is going after is splitting your profile within a combat. So you do less personally, but you have two places that you can act from. You have a lower risk person. Like, you can, as a whole thing, you can take more risk as a combatant because you can send essentially a shard of you into a more risky situation. And anytime your companion would take damage, when they just drop out of the scene. They're unavailable and will return at the next long rest. So this is basically a little shard of yourself that can die. So you can put it into much more risky situations, which is, I think, an interesting fantasy. You going? All right, bye. Even if the level up had fun abilities, it'd still be less flexible day by day. Yeah, true. True. Yeah, which isn't necessarily bad as long as they get equivalent power to that flexibility they don't have. Yeah. I think that is essentially what you want to do. Is you are carving off, like I said, you're carving off a small piece of yourself that can die with very little consequence, which is I think is solid. Let's see. And then I'm sure as you level up, it gives you more stuff. Take an additional level up option. Yeah, and then this makes you technically better once per long rest. If the damage you would mark for your companions or your last hit point, you are within close, you rush to each other's side and take that damage instead. Yeah, okay. And like more combatants is always interesting, but it's less impactful in Daggerheart, so there's maybe something more or less there. I'm not really someone that's attracted to the ranger class fantasy in general, or like the pet fantasy in general. So I don't feel like I'm the best to judge if it has achieved a thing that people would want to play beyond like the math and the mechanics of it. But the design direction, and that makes it tough from a like mental design direction, because then I don't really know what the mechanics of the class should even focus on, you know? So I can't really compare them in practice. I'm just paying attention now they're inherently similar. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. So they need to manufacture distinction. Yeah. Which, I mean, I think that this is potentially some distinction. I will also say the beast form is a druid core feature. I don't think it's necessarily bad if the subclass of a different class taps into the core feature of a different class. So, like, for example, Eldritch Knight. It's a fighter that casts spells. It's a wizard fighter. Arcane Trickster, very similar. So I don't necessarily think that they need to manufacture as much distinction as they might otherwise need to if the companion was like a core ranger feature. I think they can invite reminiscence if they want. Also because, again, the actual fact that this is a separate thing means that any given feature they give it can be employed differently than the druid. You can send in your little sparrow companion into a fucking raging volcano, and, you know, it can take the hit. Whereas you can't send in your druid to do the same thing. So there's I think they could really sort of not harp necessarily, but they could gain that as the main distinction. But, you know, I have a lot more like hard opinions on druid and like what wild shape should look like, or beast form or whatever. I have a lot less opinions on the ranger companion. They need to make sure that one doesn't accidentally become strictly better than the other, and it's clear why someone might choose the other. Yeah. Being able to sacrifice the pet is interesting in theory. In practice, nobody who plays a ranger would be willing to do it. Yeah, maybe, I guess. I guess this is more of a, if they die in combat, you aren't immediately fucked. I'm definitely coming at it from a warlock pact of the chain type mentality, where there's like a magical bond where, you know, there's an in-fiction contrivance for being absolutely able to sacrifice your bonded familiar on Pact of the Chain. That's my closest, mental experience to Beastmaster. So to me, that's where my mind goes with it. But I can see, yeah, even if Laura knew that Trinket would come back, she probably wouldn't sacrifice him to a degree. Let's see. Okay. So, Rogue got a new class feature. Oh, Ranger class feature. What's Ranger's class feature? I should look at this. Spend a hope. Nice. And making it. Oh wait, wait. Ranger's hope. Spend 3 hope. Okay. I like higher hope abilities. Did Guardian have one? I don't remember seeing it on Unstoppable. Yeah, Unstoppable is just a choice. Oh, it's up here. 3 hope to clear up to 3 armor slots. Got it. I like. Okay. Going back to the hope and combo conversation that we had earlier, I'm glad that all of the class hope features require spending 3 hope. That's spending half of your combo meter. So it means that unless your combo meter, your hope bar is full, you cannot do this twice in a row. This is a very powerful ability. You can only do it once, unless you're entirely full. So I like that it costs 3 hope along with them. And so that means that everyone has a minor thing they can do with, helping and giving advantage and whatever for 1 hope. And then everyone has a powerful thing they can do by spending 3 hope. Gives, and again, we can, balance the numbers. Is +1 evasion equivalent to clearing 3 armor slots? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But these are numbers we can play with. I like the large hope cost. I think that's good. Yeah. Laura, but he'd feel the death. It's out of the question. Lol. It's technically unclear, but at my table, I let my Guardian spend 1 for armor slot, 2 for 2. Oh. I would say that that's probably not Rye. And I would actually, if you do it at your table and it feels okay, that's fine. But I do think it undercuts the structure of it. I think needing to save up 3 hope and the lack of flexibility is part of the point. But yeah, if you change it and it feels fine, then it feels fine, It says 3 for up to 3. I think they'd have worded it as up to 3 for 1 each. Yeah. I think raw is debatable. I definitely think it's not Rye. Yeah. I may change that ruling. I haven't fully committed to that. Yeah. It's, again, I think that ruling is also undercut by the fact that you can't subdivide this +1 evasion. But yeah. I think I think that's probably not Raw or Rye, but if it's a ruling you want to make at your table, it's not the end of the world. Let's see. Spend 3 hope while in beast form to increase your damage threshold by 3 until you drop the form. Interesting. Okay, wait. So that was the Ranger class feature trained. Ranger's focus. Spend a hope. More hope spend. And make an attack with your weapon. On a success, you temporarily make that target your Ranger focus. Only on a success. Oh, interesting. Honestly, you along with doing damage from the attack. Until your Ranger focus ends or you make a different creature your focus, you gain these benefits. This is interesting. I'm glad that it's on Hope. Because this is a risk. Because you spend the Hope before you know if it's a success or a failure. So if you fail, you just waste the hope. But the benefits are pretty good. So I like tying it to hope. That's what I'll say. I think any, essentially equivalent of save or suck should be linked to hope and not stress, since hope is such a commonly regenerating mechanic. I think it's totally fine to tie save or suck to that. I wouldn't tie stress to it, because stress is a resource management thing, and I think that's why I still find save or suck fine in 5e, but save or suck is a controversial mechanic, since you have to use a naturally depleting resource to do so. So I think that tying it to hope is going to maybe not like quintessentially be better, but I think that people are going to like it more. At the time, my guardian was the only one who asked me specifically, and I hadn't realized how consistent the others were. Yeah. And I mean, I don't know. It's one of those things where I'm always fine with making rulings, then changing them. Like, you got to go with your gut. You got to go with what feels right at your table. It's just good to notice maybe the effect of any given ruling and think about if it's outside of raw or rye. It's like coffee lock, I'm never going to run coffee lock at my table because I've thought through the consequences of it. But if you've also thought through the consequences of it and you're fine and your table is fine with said consequences, then fuck it, we ball. That's fine. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I never noticed it can fizzle. That's interesting. Yeah. I definitely think any fizzleable abilities will, regardless of balance, will feel better if they're on hope. I think they will just generically feel better. Yeah. Broad question. When you're thinking about when an ability should be tied to hope or stress, do you think about the flavor of hope and stress or the resource management implications? Definitely the resource management. I basically, at this point, my brain barely even registers the words hope and stress anymore. I legitimately almost always think about it as combo and blood magic. So, but that is because it's a weird thing. Yeah. I think to answer the question, the mechanical implications, but that is not necessarily because of like the way that like the math works out or mechanical balance. It is more because of the feel of each mechanic. Hope and stress are going to evoke incredibly different feelings regardless of what you call them. And those are the feelings that I'm really trying to hone in on when I think about it. So I call them in my head, I call them combo and blood magic, because that, to me, is a more accurate representation of the feeling that they evoke, separate from their actual names. So I'm thinking about the evoking feeling. And that's why I say, for fizzleable abilities, I think it's better to use combo, because I think for a fizzle ability, it's way better. If you think about it, putting that sort of thing on a combo or on blood magic, I think it's pretty clear which one will feel worse if it does end up fizzling. Whereas, yeah, within hope and stress, that's maybe, I actually think you might get a little bit backwarded. If you think about hope and stress, you might think it's backwards. Like, if I think about the words hope and stress, to me, it feels flavorfully more accurate if a stress ability fizzles of like, I'm getting stressed out and I'm and I didn't get the ability off, whereas a hope ability fizzling feels like totally in tension with hope. But I think that when I think about the actual feel of the mechanic of like how hope is generated and how stress is generated and managed, I think it flips back. So and I think that that's like a pretty, when we talk about like my thought process with this, with map design, with Critical Role, with all of it, a lot of times I am trying to dig down to what is the feeling of a thing, assign the most clear name or term that I can think of to evoke that specific feeling in me so that I can strip away the window dressing of whatever the other human decided to call it. Because me and other humans do not always call things the same thing. And so I want to be able to think about it accurately for myself. And so once I'm there, that's then what I focus on. I find it easier to think about the mechanical side. I find it far easier to think about the mechanical side, but I usually do. I was picking up on the fact that you were also going mechanics first, which I think is more unusual for you. Yeah, it's a yeah. A lot of my focus, especially in the game design thing, is not necessarily all on flavor or mechanics. I think it's much more focused on what's even the word? I want to say like sleekness, but that's not quite right. A lot of my thought process is focused on on friction. I think that's maybe the best way to put it. It's really focused on how much friction does this system present? How much friction is there to learn it? How much friction is there to play it? How much friction is there to expand it, both first party and third party? How much friction is there in reading the rule book? I think I want the game to be as frictionless as possible. And so when I'm thinking about this sort of thing of like hope as combo, whatever, which one you choose when assigning it to these sorts of abilities, I'm thinking about the player mentality of wanting to participate in the ability. Similar thing with the armor and the armor score. I'm really focused on, I want the player to want to use this, and I want it to be interesting for them to use it. I don't, and it's the opposite with this Unstoppable. I think that this is maybe one of the best examples of what I would consider a high friction ability, where it is fighting inside of itself for what it wants to do and to be. And I think that presents a lot of friction towards using it. And I think that is maybe one of the core things to avoid in my head. So I'm really and same thing with Ranger. If you change that to mark a stress, I think that the very first time that they mark a stress, this depleting resource, and it fizzles, that is immediately going to cement a block of mental friction between them using this feature again. If they use a hope on it and it fizzles, and then they get a hope next turn, hey, you got your hope back. You know what I'm saying? They might even fucking get a hope on the roll that they used this on. You know what I'm saying? Because it's spend a hope. So you could do this feature with 6 hope. You could spend the hope, make an attack, and you might end up making the attack with hope, right? You roll with hope. So you immediately, even if the attack fizzles, you get the resource that you spent back. You just don't, gain more. So I think that is a good example of a very frictionless experience, where your ranger is going to feel very okay using this compared to if it was stress. So I think that's a big focus of mine when I'm thinking about mechanics and such. Which is even goes towards my entire issue with like including homebrew at base, is that every piece of homebrew that you include in your table introduces a new layer of friction, in that it is not the same. And that's even to go even deeper into it, the difference for me between homebrew mechanics versus homebrew items or adversaries. I include all sorts of homebrew adversaries, homebrew magic items. They litter my campaigns. But those don't provide any friction because you're not looking up an adversary in the monster manual anyways. So from the player perspective, it's the same as fighting a first party monster or using a first party magic item. So yeah. That's probably my... Oh, wait. So I need to actually read the responses. In my last session, I tried really hard to play up the flavor of hope and fear, and it wasn't as clear, easy as I wanted it to be. That's probably my deepest cut of a criticism versus the system. Hope and fear aren't as evocative as they should be. I agree with you. I think I kind of fully agree. I love and adore fear. I hope that they didn't change it too drastically. I think that fear is one of the most clever mechanics I've seen in a TTRPG in a while, of being able to use it for just like generic GM actions, advanced adversary attacks, layer/environmental actions, all making it this common resource. I think is as close to a stroke of genius as I've seen in a TTRPG. But I do agree that the evocativeness of the flavor is maybe slightly lacking, especially on the hope side of things. But yeah, I don't disagree with you. I do not disagree at all. Functionally, it's not about hope and fear. It's about a small cost that's easy to recover, hope, and a larger cost that doesn't come back easily, fear. Stress, not fear. Yeah, precisely. Yes. It's a small cost that not only, and I think this is an even more core distinction between the two, you regain hope through action, and not only is it a very small cost to regain, but you have relatively little control over whether it comes back, but it comes back all the time. So hope is something that is like relatively out of your hands, but you will have a proliferation of. Stress is something that is incredibly, almost exclusively within your control, not only on when it's spent, but also when it comes back. But it might also, it's not always in your control, which is another kind of factor of it, is hope will never get spent without your say-so. You know what I'm saying? Like, whenever a hope gets spent, you're going to choose to spend it. And you get it all the time, and you have very little control over when you get it. Stress, you are not always choosing when you spend stress. Sometimes exterior forces will give stress to you, and it doesn't naturally regenerate. You have to choose actively to regenerate it. So they are very just core, fundamentally different mechanics, even though they might on their face present as similar. But they're core in like they're different in very fundamental ways. Yeah. Actually, fear. Now I'm getting my term mixed up. No. Fear, now that I'm not giving it. Oh, wait, yeah, okay. Has not changed very much. Fuck yeah. Good. I think they nailed fear. I think they kind of nailed it. The only thing that I'd be fine with is like them changing the mathematics of like when you get it, how much things cost, whatever. That's fine. Change the mathematics. But like the core function and ability of fear, the core function of the mechanic, I think is close to perfect. Biggest change that may have always been there, but it was unclear, is that reaction rolls don't generate fear or hope. Yeah, I don't remember that being there. That is interesting. Interesting. That feels fine. That feels fine, I think. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. Yeah. That's fine. Probably. That's probably fine. it's probably fine. Barn soap. Let's see if I like Rally more, because I had a similar tirade about Rally that I had about Unstoppable. So let's see if they've changed Rally at all. Also, I'm gonna put that over there. There we go. Okay. I forgot what update they pushed it, but it was phrased as a clarification, meaning that they've always meant it to work that way. I definitely did not realize that in 1.2. Yeah, I don't think I realized that either. Honestly, I don't even know if I really remember reaction rolls in all that much detail. Right, as some subtle changes, not sure if enough to satisfy you. Let's see. Bard's Hope. We'll read this. You or a close ally to you makes a presence roll and either succeeds with fear or fails. Spend 3 hope to negate the roll's consequences by intervening. Sure. Yeah, that's cool. Rally. Once per session, as your party prepares to enter a dangerous or difficult situation, describe how you rally them and give yourself and each of your allies a d6. Anyone with a rally die can spend it to roll it, adding the result to the action roll or clearing stress equal to the rally. At the end of the session, all unspent rally dice are cleared. The rally die you distribute increases to 1d8 at level 5. Okay, that's fine. This is actually, Rally used to have a count-up feature very similar to Unstoppable, and I did not like it at all. This is fine. I mean, this is my only real critique of it would be that it's going to run into the it's going to run into a similar but not the same issue as Bardic Inspiration in 5e. I like that it can be used to clear stress, because I think that one of the primary issues with Bardic Inspiration is that you give it like one at a time, and it can only be applied basically as a reaction to some decision. Not reaction in terms of like the 5e keyword, but like a reaction in terms of like when an enemy attacks, when your friend attacks, when this happens, when that happens. It is almost always triggered by something. And I don't think that that's necessarily bad design, honestly. But I do think that it runs up against a similar issue as something like Guidance, where it is a feature that requires you as a player to interrupt another player and or the DM. Especially like if you've given a player Bardic Inspiration already and you don't know if they remember that they have it. Like being like, by the way, you have Bardic Inspiration that you could use on that. Because you have to give it beforehand a lot of the time. And they're either going to be like, oh, I forgot, which is fine then. Or they're going to be like, no, I remember, I just didn't want to use it. And then you've interrupted the entire everything for nothing. Sort of implied that they're like forgetful and maybe dumb. Like, it's it's this feature that on its face looks totally fine, but requires this weird interpersonal interaction that I think makes it practically not as good or applicable. I like Rally more because it still has the same thing of action roll, reaction roll, damage roll, right? This is the same sort of thing that we're talking about with Bardic Inspiration, or clearing stress. So there's a very reasonable thing you can do as a bard where either when people are going to a long rest or when the session is about to end, you can say, hey, everybody, I know session's about to end. All my rally dice go away at the end, so, use them or lose them. And then you basically have to, if you don't want to, if the pacing doesn't allow for it, if you just don't want to interrupt, you don't have to, and your Bardic Inspiration is probably not going to get wasted, at least completely. So I think that this small caveat makes it a better version of regular 5e Inspiration, which, again, on its face, I think is fine, but runs into this weird issue. I might be thinking versus 1.4. The changes I'm thinking of is much more subtle than what you're saying. Yeah, it might be compared to 1.3, yeah. I don't remember it having a counter, but I've also gone through all the editions. I've probably forgotten some of the in-betweens. Yeah, I think it was probably 1.3 where it had the counter. Because, yeah, it had to do with, when you receive stress, you, count up the counter, and then when it expires, it, bursts, and you clear a bunch of shit. It was weird, and I wasn't super into it. The one I remember was almost identical, but it always happened at the top of the session, which people hated the flavor of not being able to choose the moment. All right. I mean, that's fine, I guess. I guess I understand that of... yeah, that's a purely flavor thing. I'm really trying to dig down into the difference and why people would hate that, because I don't really see a difference. Because it's essentially a passive feature either way. It's a feature that kind of just happens. So choosing between at the front of the session versus you get to say when it happens, to me, looking at this, my instinct is that this is worse because this runs the risk of the bard forgetting to do it and potentially, wasting their core class feature. But I guess I can inhabit the mindset of it's weird. It's this weird, passive aura thing that, the bard doesn't really get to interact with at all. And so there's this odd maybe situation where they're gaining this die, but I would to me, yeah, I guess. I don't know. I guess it doesn't make that much of a difference either way. So if they got enough feedback saying that to where they felt that it would be a positive change, sure. It doesn't really change it all that much, but yeah, I don't know. That's a little interesting. I completely agree being mechanically minded. Yeah, I mean, again, I'm looking at the friction of this, and it's it's so much easier for a player to remember of I give it out at the start, I take it away at the end. But I can see that maybe losing a bit of cool factor, I guess. But bard players love to write out and read speeches. Sure, just do that. You don't need a mechanic, but I understand that people want a mechanic. I understand that that's the thing. That's the thing that people love about TTRPGs is the marriage of mechanics and flavor and roleplay. So I can understand if they want their mechanic to be more tied into roleplay. Sure. It can be slightly awkward in universe to rally at seemingly random moments, but it's so minor. I agree with that. But I guess kind of either way it's minor. It's either a minorly weird in fiction friction, or it's a minorly weird out of fiction friction. I don't really think there's a perfect way to place it. So if they had more people saying that this is the way they preferred it, sure, that's fine. Let's see. We've already looked at Druid, Guardian, Ranger. Let's take a look at the Rogue. Rogue's Hope. To increase your sneak attack damage until your next short rest, use 3d6 instead of 1d6. Does sneak attack not scale on Rogue? Is that a change at some point? Where's sneak attack? Oh, class features. What am I doing? When you move into a location, you can use an action to become hidden. As a rogue, when you are hidden, targets also can't see you, even if they move into line of sight. You are no longer hidden after you move or attack. Okay. When it says use an action, is there like a mechanic I'm forgetting of? Because it's not like a roll, right? And if I remember Daggerheart correctly, the only delineation between like things happening is whether or not they like require rolls to happen. Otherwise, there's no like delineation points on like timing. So what is using is an action? Does that actually have like a mechanical meaning in this context? Oh, is this like a new thing? Okay. Because I don't remember that being like a thing. It was literally just like, do things require rolls or not? And then, the GM gets to go on a fear roll. Interesting. The hidden condition has been adjusted. Armor had a full rebalance. Armor body runes. Okay, sure. Guidance for 1 per session. Campaign frames? Fuck is that? GM downtime rules for class hope features, adversaries, creating your world, customizing. An action is a thing that gives the DM an action token. Oh. I see. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. That's a very fair thing to add. And definitely allows them to make things where you don't have to spend a hope, you don't have to spend a thing, but because that's the overall kind of issue with the action tracker as a whole, is that before the GM is only gaining things when the players do something that requires a roll. And so there's like no real it feels like the players are warping around at the speed of sound without the GM getting many actions in response. So that makes sense. And that seems perfectly reasonable for a feature like Hide. Because using an action, you give the DM something, but you get this condition in return. That makes sense. I'm good with that. I like that. That definitely allows for a lot more nuance within where GMs can gain stuff from. Yeah. I forgot they added explicit rules for that because the explicit rules mostly match what we were all doing anyways, except now there's a very few things that don't require a roll that also add a token. Yeah, which like before, I think in 1.3 hide required, it was like 1.2 maybe, hide just like fucking happened. It was like totally free. And then like 1.3 it added a like you had to spend a stress or a hope or something. I think this makes a lot more sense. I think it's a good clarifier, and I think it's a mostly good clarifier because it adds a middling like base case for a GM trying to adjudicate a action that might require a little bit of effort or a little bit of time, but doesn't necessarily require a roll. Like, honestly, I found the fact that, and maybe this has changed, maybe this hasn't, I found the fact that that players had to like, I think it was like roll a, I don't remember what the actual stat is. What's it called? That they had to like roll an agility check to move further in a turn. I found that very awkward. Because it's like, well, if I can, because then it was like you can move as part of an action, but you can't move. But if you want to move further, it doesn't like take time. You just have to like do this other thing, which is fair, but it all just felt slightly awkward to me, and I'd be curious. I don't know that this will be the way that it works, but it would make a lot of sense to me of, yeah, you can either choose to roll the agility and do it all as one action, or you can sprint, say, by like spending an extra action or something like that. Like that makes a lot of sense to me. Like I said, might not be the way that they actually end up running it, but core mechanics. I'm so curious. Moves and actions. Oh, that's probably where they decide it. Movement is definitely a place where min-max players could cause issues. The rules are a bit soft there. Thankfully, I don't have that kind of player to deal with at the moment. Yeah, and like even beyond, I more use movement as an example of a place where I felt like there was a middle case missing, but maybe like didn't put exact words to that. And this gives a nice middle case of, yeah, you're doing something that doesn't generate hope or fear, but it does take extra time, and it feels awkward that it makes the time dilation between adversaries and the party a little bit more noticeable. But adding in this middle case of it's not free, but it's not a roll, it's just an action, makes the time dilation on certain things maybe less significant and gives a GM a lot more room to develop a style where the balance between how much adversaries are going versus players, it makes that a lot more possible. Some moves automatically succeed, whereas other requires a roll. A move that requires a roll is an action. A few other moves also say that they are actions, but they don't require a roll. When you make an action, play pauses while you make an action roll to determine how it plays out. Yeah, okay. Okay, moves in combat. Okay, moves is a funny word. I really want to know the actual movement aspect of it. I'm marking hit points, stress, action rolls. Moves in combat. Resolve the dice, examples. I want them to give examples of that thing. But I might be wrong. They might just not care. Which is fair. Oh, wait, movement. Movement. If you're not dangerous, you don't need to worry about it. Moving close during actions. If you're doing something that requires an action roll, you can freely move to a location within your close range. Very close in melee. This location, if you want to move far or very far, follow the rules below. Moving far without an action. If you're not ready to make an action roll or you want to move farther than close range, you'll typically need to succeed on an agility roll. So an agility roll is not an action roll. An agility roll is not an action roll. But if you're not already making an action roll, maybe an agility roll is an action roll. I'm confused. Distracted by a toddler at the moment. No worries. I do sometimes run out of action tokens. Getting more would not be meaningless. Yeah, absolutely. I'm here somewhat hoping you find more concrete details than I think exist, but I think the rules are still very loose. Yeah. An adversary. This uses an entire action on its own. The adversary doesn't have to succeed on an agility roll like a PC word. The first sentence in the move close during actions will add clarification to your current. If you're doing something that requires an action roll, you can freely move. So you would have to make the agility roll first, and then you could take a separate action. But you have to make the agility. I think this is the... Oh, so this is even if you're not doing anything. Even if you... No, or if you want to move further than close range. You'll do... Yeah, interesting. Interesting. You're doing an action, and you can move close for free. Absolutely. You're only moving close, so it's free. Aren't those the same case, though, right? I think though... Unless I'm I think that's why I'm sort of wrapping my head. I think I'm getting confused by the first thing here, but I think it's two. I think it's two cases. I'm just getting confused by the or here, but I think it's fine. I think it's my own fault for getting confused. It is you can move just within close range. You can just move within close range. Right? Like in both of these cases, you can just freely move within close range. But if you want to move outside of close range, you have to make an agility roll. That's why I don't know if... But I keep thinking that I'm misunderstanding something because it says if you're not already making an action roll... But that doesn't actually matter. Because if you're making an action roll and you want to move outside of close range, you have to do this stuff anyways. So it seems to me like you're only moving. You might also need to make agility. That doesn't make logical sense to me, but it seems like that's what it says. Yeah. I think that this first part is... If I'm reading this correctly, I actually think that this is superfluous. I think this first half of the sentence doesn't matter, which is what's getting me confused. Yeah, because regardless of if you're already making an action roll, you can either move within close range for free or outside of close range for an agility roll. Okay. That's fine with me. It's unnecessary wording unless you need to roll to only move. Yeah, that's true. This would imply that if you're not already making an action roll and you just want to move, even within close range, you would have to make an agility roll, which seems odd. That you would be able to do more while doing a different action as well, but less if you're doing less. Yeah, that's very odd. Having to roll to take a step to my left is dumb. I reject that rule. Well, I honestly think that it's like, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if this gets clarified at any point. But if this doesn't get clarified, I would maybe rethink or rewrite this rule of just take out this front part and say, if you want to move farther than your close range, you need to spend an extra action. I think to a point that just makes sense. Yeah, I hope I'm misreading. I'm going to act as if I'm misreading. Yeah, I don't know. Ruski? Zuzu. I don't know what the first three words mean. I know Ruski. Ruski. It's either Russia or Russian. I took a semester of Russian. So I'm going to pick up on probably every 20th word that is said. So probably English only. No. No. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't know enough to have a good conversation. Unfortunately, if you take out the first part, that's how I've been running it. Yeah, the only thing I missed, and it does help, is that it's limited to far. I honestly thought raw, if you make a roll, you can move unlimited distance. Yeah, it's limited to far or very far. So, and then I think I would make it just, if you are moving within close, it's free. If you're moving within very far, it's an action. If you want to reach an area that's not easily accessible, it's an agility roll. And the agility roll is also an action roll. I think that kind of covers all the situations that I would personally want to cover. You know what I'm saying? It's like, let me honestly write this out to make sure that I'm not missing anything. So it's within or equal to close. Yeah, less than or equal to close is free. And this covers the case where you're already doing something. This totally covers that case. So we don't need to worry about whether or not we're making an action roll. It's just, if you're moving within close, it's free. Oh, wait, no. Okay, I think this is why the clarifier is there. Because if moving within close is free, you could move within close. That was free. You move within close again. That's free. And you just... So you can't actually purely have just that. Yeah. Unfortunately, my Russian friend, I'm gonna have to time you out. I don't think you're saying anything bad, so I'm not gonna ban you. But I'm gonna keep chat English only, just so that the most people can understand. So I'm just gonna time you out for 24 hours. feel free to, you know, come back. All good. But yeah, I can't read Russian. I don't think most people in chat can read Russian. So we're going to time out. I think I'm still going to run it in my old way since my players don't abuse it, but you're definitely right that that's another abusable part if your players wanted to. Yeah. So I got to think about this, about how I actually would want to run it, because you can't make actually less than close free. Honestly, this is a little extreme, and I would have to test it to make sure that it doesn't give me just an abundance of action tokens. But it might be doable. It might actually be doable. That just moving less than or equal to very far, less than or equal to very far is an action. It's just an action. It's just an action, and that's it. And then, also I put maving. Maving is not the word. Moving. Less than or equal to very far is just an action. And then difficult terrain. Difficult terrain slash, what was the other thing? Yeah, difficult terrain, let's say, is agility roll. That feels a little restrictive. But I honestly wonder if it might be okay. And then you just apply the same rules to adversaries. Just apply the same rules to adversaries. So on this one, it says adversary movement. When an adversary uses an action, the GM can typically move in close range. If they want to move far, it uses an entire action on its own, but the adversary doesn't have to succeed on this roll. So just do the same cost for your adversaries, and honestly, that's more detrimental in terms of, well, it's maybe not. It basically provides an overall action economy detriment to the side with more combatants. Fuck, which maybe that's not very good. I'd have to think about it more. This is like the simplest version of the rule that I can come up with, but alternatively, you can still have the whole, like, you know, close and far thing be paired, but just say, okay, you can basically put in the caveat that they did put in here about if you're not doing another action roll, it costs an action. I think mostly I just like the move where right now where they have agility roll. I think I would rather it be an action, and then if it's difficult terrain, it's an agility roll. And I wish I could make it cleaner than that, but maybe it's impossible. In practice at my tables, it's very rare that players can't do some actions, so they don't tend to just move ever. Yeah. Balance might be off. There's no default rule for difficult terrain, though it's very easy to homebrew. Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm thinking about. I mean, I would assume that this rule essentially covers it. If you want to reach an area that's not easily accessible, such as one that requires climbing, swimming, or jumping, like, the examples don't really hit on what I would classically consider difficult terrain. But if I was wanting to reference the rules for a rule on critical or on difficult terrain, this is the rule I would reference, which would then lead me towards the agility rule, which is... So I'm abstracting all of this anything that's jumping, climbing, swimming, I'm abstracting that all into difficult terrain and just calling the whole thing difficult terrain. Ah, man. I definitely feel like there should be something easier here, but maybe there's just not. I don't know. Interestingly, you might also want to choose a different top limit. Very far is pretty darn far. I honestly think that's a typo in the book. Possible. Yeah, very, very possible. Yeah. The first section mentions very far. The second only far. If it just says if you want to move farther than your close range, you'll typically have to succeed. Where does it only say far? The adversary movement says far or very far. The location, if you want to move far, very far. I don't see where it just mentions far. Mentions far in the heading. Oh, moving far or without an action. I see. Yeah, interesting. Interesting. Very far is roughly 300 feet. Yeah, interesting. That sort of hints at the most obvious homebrew, just always roll an agility roll. I think for difficult terrain, anything like that, yeah, I think just always roll an agility roll. The question is non-difficult terrain. If you're just walking across the field, what do you have to spend to do that? It's tough. Homebrew, it might be their intent. Possibly, yeah. Yeah. Interesting. I'll have to that'll be something I kind of feel like I want to check back in on in full release, because I feel like there is an easier way to do this, but I could be wrong. The in-universe explanation is something along the lines of you gotta run real fast and not fall over. That's true. I feel that. Okay. Let's see. Where are we? So, that was all in terms of the hide. A sneak attack. Whenever you make an attack with a hidden or while an ally is within melee, add a d6. When you use your sneak, you can also spend any number of hope. Also add the d6 equal to the hope spent. Yeah, this is another one. This is super similar to the ranger feature of you spend the hope before you make the attack. Then if the attack is successful, add the d6s. So they are very much anything they want to be a save or suck, they are tying to hope, which I think is the exact right thing to do. I think that is exactly the direction they should be going. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. So the rogue's hope. But this is spend 3 a hope until your next short rest, not on an individual sneak attack. Whereas this is spend hope in the moment, it adds d6s equal to the hope spent. Interesting. So you get like this like big passive buff to your sneak attack, and then you can individually buff individual attacks. Very interesting. I kind of like that. I kind of dig that for the rogue's hope and sneak attack features. I still think that, personally to me, I think this makes more sense for, it's like while you make an attack while you are hidden. I think that makes more sense as a condition than 5e's version. Dude, I don't know. Maybe they got feedback at some point. The while an ally is within melee with your target, I like the reason that that's a thing is because it is hard to get advantage. But this first one is whenever you make an attack while you are hidden, and it is pretty easy to hide. And it makes way more sense with the name Sneak Attack. Now, maybe, you know, they don't want to take away their base feature, I guess, while there's nowhere to hide if they're on, like, an open field. I don't know. To me, this invites way too much comparison to 5e. And it feels like there's a better way to do it. Like, the 5e version feels clunky. And so copying a clunky mechanic feels like the worst version of inviting copying allegations, you know? I don't know. Going back, Sneak Attack does not scale, and they've answered that on stream. They couldn't find a way to make it scale similarly to 5e with the overall low numbers. Honestly, I think that's fine. I think that's totally fine. Because the way the answer to that is the way you would make it scale is by essentially, you know, spending more hope. But you can't add hope slots. I forgot about that. Interesting. You know, if they really wanted you to allow it to scale, they could say hope or stress. It would make the feature more complicated. Ooh, you know what I would do? No, maybe not. Well, maybe so. I think this is fine, but I think this bit is clunky and it invites too much comparison to 5e. I think it may be an alternate design. Maybe. I haven't fully thought through this yet. But hear me out. So first option is, so we have our let me make the line a little bit thicker, the stroke a little bit thicker. So we have our, oh, that's a little too thick. So we have the conditions. So we have the conditions, right? Oh, wait. I didn't turn this on. The actual benefit of the hidden condition is weirder and narrower than you may intuitively believe. Honestly, I kind of assumed it was relatively narrow, which is why I'm kind of like, have that be the only one. Because I kind of remember it not being that good. But so the conditions are either you're hidden or you spend a hope. -1 hope. So these are the two conditions on which you can on which you can even use this feature. Okay? And then so after you pass the conditions, you have a buff you can give it. Where you have buffs that you can apply any amount of, where you say -1 hope turns into +1 d6, and then +1 stress. Oh, wait. I'm feeling it. +1 hope before. So the pluffs are always +1 d6. So, but it's either -1 hope before roll or +1 stress after roll. And you have the option of either, and then you can capture an amount of scaling. It's still... Hey, Mom, no. You can capture an amount of scaling. It still won't be scaling like you see in 5e, but the fact that you can then permanently add 1 stress slot means that you will more consistently, and the fact that you would be doing the stress after the roll means that you would more consistently be able to scale your sneak attack. I think that could kind of work. I think that could kind of work. And I think that these as conditions is you are either hidden or you spend a hope. I think makes a lot more sense and goes much more into this as a system than what is essentially, I'll fucking say it, a copy of 5e. Like, while an ally is within melee of your target, I understand that it's like, oh, they're distracting the target. But this feels way too much like a rip. But making it be either hidden or a hope to trigger makes a lot more sense to me. Because then you can still pretty consistently do it outside of being hidden. You know what I'm saying? So it solves the kind of accessibility problem, and you approach that with hope. Hope is always the thing that you should spend before the roll. If you're going to roll and you need to spend a resource before the roll, it should be hope. If you're spending it after the roll, maybe it's stress. Or if it's a guaranteed thing, you spend stress. So I think that -1 hope is a better condition than ally within melee. And then I like the 2 options of hope before a roll, stress after the roll. So that you can buff it, because then the +1 stress, how available that is, can scale through the levels. That would be my pitch. That'd be my pitch. I don't know how the math works, but that would be my pitch. Maybe the only issue with this is that I can honestly see the main issue with this being that you could just buff it way too much, which in that case, get rid of this one. Just make it hope to trigger it, stress to add it, and maybe buff it to a 1d8 or something that makes that stress more worth it. That'd be what I would go for. So this one is maybe an optional, but I think that changing the trigger condition to hope is better. And making it stress allows it to be scaled. But they might want you to be able to use it more often. I don't know. Or sorry, I should say the split between what everyone gets for hiding, getting cover, versus what rogue gets exclusively for using an action is split. I see. All people, mark stress if you're out of sight to gain hidden. Hidden only lasts until someone can actively see you, and it gives them disadvantage. So even if they cannot see you, they can attack you at disadvantage. Yeah, I think that's super weird. I don't, hate it, but it's basically the same thing as, invisible in 5e, where, invisible, which people also hate, that you can still target invisible creatures. I get it, though. It's I think the assumption is often that in order to target you, they would need to know that you're there, so they can still target you around and through cover. Because they know generally where you are. It's like shooting at someone behind cover in Valorant, really. Is the same thing that is, hidden. What's up? Oh, damn. I just gotta work on it, gotta get there. Rogues also stress while out of sight to gain the condition, but now you're effectively invisible. If they move in line of sight, you're still gone. Not anymore. I maybe they changed it, but now it's when you move into a location where no enemies can see you, you can use an action. So this is... You now don't need to stress out as a rogue, to be fair. So it's more accessible to the rogue, and they get a slight bit of buff. Yeah. So you become hidden while you're out of sight. You can mark a stress while if you move or attack while hidden, or when enemies enter line of sight, you're also hidden. It's basically that they can get it easier and keep it easier, but all it does is give you give you this disadvantage thing. Yeah. Yeah, and attacking from hidden gets advantage. Yeah. Yeah, it's basically just rogues can do it easier and keep it longer. It's just way less risky for rogues to hide. Because with everyone else, you have to spend the stress, and then if they see you, you just fucking lose it. Which is very risky. But, yeah. I generally like hope before and stress after as a broad rule, not just rogue, not just sneak attack. Yeah, I agree. I think that hope before for a potential buff and stress after for a guaranteed buff, I think is the general way that they should be employed. As a rogue, when you're... I don't know what happened with that typing. But yeah. Yeah, it's just... yeah. I think that's a pretty good feature. It's very defensive. It kind of goes, like, broadly. Like, the fact that while hidden, any rolls are at disadvantage, and you have this super high evasion, and you can hide basically for free as long as you can get to that location. And then once you're hidden, you just remain hidden until you no longer want to be hidden anymore, you know? But yeah, I understand why people wouldn't like that. I think it makes a lot more sense than... I will say, I don't have a problem with either. Like, the invisibility problem in 5e, you can hear people stepping around. You can smell them. I don't know. With this one, my assumption and the way that I would run this is that it completely decimates verisimilitude if a adversary targets a target that they don't know exists. I think that is so fundamental that it doesn't need to be accounted for in the rules. If a skeleton archer, if you hide, a skeleton archer walks in the room, and they didn't know you were there before, don't know you're there now, and you're hidden, they're not going to shoot at a random piece of cover. I truly think that is so fundamental that it doesn't need to be covered. With this, the assumption is enemies can see you. They are aware of you. You move to a location where they can no longer see you, but they would have been able to track you moving there. Again, I'm thinking like an enemy combatant in Valorant. And then, so they know vaguely that you're behind that piece of cover. And then you become hidden. And then you are no longer hidden if you move or attack. Moving would make noise. Attacking would obviously make noise. And as a rogue, even if they round the corner, they still can't see you. So to me, honestly, it makes sense. I honestly... I understand, like, the gut reaction of not liking it, but I think if you think through it, it's not that bad. I brought up what players could break without violating Raw, but it goes the other way too. Raw doesn't say the DM can't do terrible things, but come on, DMs. Yeah, exactly. It's like I can equip. I can construct combats where I always win. Like that is like fundamental to D&D to TTRPGs. It's not chess, it's not Go, it's not Valorant. If the GM wants to win, they just will. So like if your DM, if you are hidden and there's no reason for it, and there's no indication that an adversary has detected you at all, and then they walk into the room while you're hidden and they don't see you, but they attack you anyways, that is not something I think we need a rule for. That's just bad GMing, and you don't need to include every bad GM case within your rules. So I think this is fine. And I also think that the base condition kind of works. It's like, it's risky, and then if they walk into line of sight, you just lose it. So you want to prevent them from doing that. I think it's a little bit weird that you can't move. I think maybe you should be able to, like, maybe, I don't know, maybe, yeah, it's slightly weird to me that you can't move, but it is a feature called hide and hidden. It's not a feature called stealth. You know, moving should be covered by agility or finesse or something. So I think it's fine overall. I think a lot of people were upset that if you move behind cover but choose not to mark a stress, raw, you get no benefit. If there's no cover system, I think that is a problem, but a completely separate problem that doesn't need to be covered by hide. But I do. Let me just confirm really quick. Sometimes during a fight, you might seek cover, such as diving behind a small barricade. When you take cover behind something that makes attacking you more difficult, attack rolls against you are made at disadvantage. You usually can't be targeted if you're entirely behind a substantial object like a wall, even if you're technically in range of the attack. However, you might still be affected by nearby explosions or similar effects. Some effects require the target to be in your line of sight. If you have a line of sight, darkness can also make certain actions challenging. GMs should reflect this in the difficulty. So this honestly seems like it duplicates a lot of the hiding rules if we're being for real. Like, Mars stress. When you're out of sight from all foes, you can mark a stress. Well, this is a little strange. This is a little odd. Wait. Such as when you take cover behind something, you usually can't be targeted, even if you're still technically within range. Some effects require the target to be in your line of sight. Okay, so hidden is basically... So hidden is not really even meant to be used in conjunction with actual cover. They kind of work in tandem for different rules. So this would be a thing that blocks line of sight but wouldn't necessarily block attacks. Like maybe like a thin sheet of metal or something. Where it's like you could attack through that. Or like a curtain. You could attack through a curtain, but it does block line of sight. So like when you're hidden, if you've blocked line of sight, it would be like, yeah, like hiding behind the drapes in a in a place. Otherwise, you just like get cover benefits for free, basically. Oh wow, I'd never seen that rule before. I bet a lot of people haven't. I mean, I wasn't aware of it off the top of my head, but I was like, yeah, if they don't take cover into account, this doesn't make sense. And it does appear that you can also choose to hide while you are gaining benefit from cover. It doesn't really specify a reason that you would want to do that, though, if you're not a rogue. To gain the hidden condition, rolls against you When you move or attack while hidden, or when the enemy gains line of sight of you, you're no longer hidden. Yeah, it seems like there's very few reasons that you would want to do this unless you are behind something that blocks line of sight but does not count as cover. Yeah, weird. It's a little bit weird. Hidden's not very good. For anyone except Rogue, Hidden is pretty bad. I'll give it that. That makes other complaints kind of silly. Surprised no one knew enough to bring this up when it was being complained about. I mean, I guess the complaint is that Hidden is bad, but it's not necessarily that it doesn't make sense. It's more just that it's superfluous, and there's probably very few circumstances where you would actually do it. Yeah. It seems like part of the benefits you get from the stress are also just free. Yeah. I think that's... Yeah. Which I guess this is maybe a lesson in complaining about things on the internet is... people need to make sure to complain about the right thing, because that is weird. That is, like, super weird. I guess if while breaking Hidden you got advantage... Like... Wait, what? As a rogue, when you are hidden, targets also can't see you, even if they move into line of sight. So you don't even get advantage from attacking out of hidden. Unless maybe this isn't capturing the entire rule. Let's see. Nope. Yeah, it legitimately seems like there's very few circumstances that you would ever want to gain the hidden edition or condition unless you're a rogue specifically to proc sneak attack. And rogues get to stay hidden. At that point, it truly seems like there's honestly like it should just be a rogue thing. I don't even know why it's a condition at that point. That is a very superfluous condition. Yeah, that's weird. The idea of rogue plus drapes is funny given the hidden thing. You go behind the drapes, they look behind the drapes, and you're just not there. That is very funny. That is very, very funny and very silly. Yeah, I understand why this is drawing criticism. But yeah, it seems like there's a free mechanic and a paid mechanic, and like you would almost never want to pay. And Rogue doesn't have to pay. That's very, very, very weird. Yeah. I also might have misunderstood the complaints. Maybe what people were actually saying is that Hidden is bad for non-rogues. I mean, I would agree with that. Hidden is bad for non-rogues. But it's more like... I think the real of it is that Hidden is just bad. Yeah. Hidden's just bad. And honestly, even for a rogue, it's kind of mid. Because you don't even like get advantage when you're attacking from it. The only reason that a rogue would even really want to do it, like even this, the when you are hidden targets also can't see you, is kind of whatever. The big thing is you would do it to get sneak attack. Like it is literally just like an action block from... It's a conditional block to doing sneak attack. Otherwise, I see very little reason for anyone in Daggerheart to do it. Which I guess is a pretty big critique. But... yeah. Awkward. Yeah, I mean, like, because cover... And I think the... Because this is the really weird part, right? like, I think that this cover mechanic would count for things like an iron grate or iron bars. Like, I would consider that cover. Makes attacking more difficult, but not impossible. Then it immediately says you can't be targeted if you're entirely behind a substantial object like a wall, even if you're technically within range. But you have to break line of sight to get hidden. And hidden so, like, I guess the weird situation is, the only situation where hidden makes sense is where you have somehow broken line of sight, but you are not actually behind cover. That's the hidden. That's hidden. So it's things like darkness, fog, drapes. Yeah, I think it'd be something like darkness or fog, or like a wall of fire, maybe. That could qualify for hidden. Yeah, something that breaks line of sight but is not cover, which is, I think, so frankly is so inconsequential as to not warrant its own mechanic, especially one that costs stress. Yeah, strange. Strange. For the classes that aren't at my table, I mostly try to internalize other people's complaints. It's entirely possible I internalized that one wrong. Maybe. Or the complaints could have been wrong. Either one's possible. I'm like 90% sure you used to get advantage when breaking. Found it from 142. You are no longer hidden after you move or attack as usual. But when you leave hidden to make an attack, the roll has advantage. Now that's see, and that makes sense to me. Honestly, if you like just keep that in, hidden now has a purpose. Where it's like, okay, you know, everyone's interacting with cover, everyone's getting cover stuff for free, but you can spend a stress to hide and get this advantage. That now tracks. That now tracks to me. But yeah, I don't know. Right now, unless there's like a typo with something, that's strange. Especially because it's in the changelog from 142. Oh, the hidden condition has been adjusted. So they adjusted it right here. Yeah, they adjusted it out of existence, is what I'll tell you. I mean, I don't really care about it, because now it's just useless. But it is like chaff in the water that I think they should probably get rid of. Or make worth using. Yeah, strange. Strange. But yeah, rogue sneak attack is interesting. I also think it doesn't need to scale if they don't want it to. That's fine. But I would really try to find an excuse for it to interact with the Daggerheart mechanics rather than copying a 5e mechanic. Like, I don't even care that much about the whole fucking copying 5e. I think Daggerheart's an incredibly unique and novel system. But I think that sneak attack is like an example of something that only kinda makes sense if you suspend your disbelief enough. And there's no reason to copy that when you have mechanics you could use for it. Seraph, I do have at my table. Let's go. Spend 3 hope and either reroll a prayer die or refresh one of your used prayer die. Sure. Class feature. At the beginning of each session, roll a number of d4 equal to your spellcast rate and store them to the right. It's a portent. You can spend 1 or more of these dice at any time to aid yourself or an ally within far. You can use the spent die's value to reduce any incoming damage. Add to any roll result after the roll. Additionally, you can instead exchange the value for that many hope you can give to any PC in range. Clear these dice at the end of the session. I think my one instant critique is that it's at the beginning of the session. I don't get to role play my prayer session. It's kind of weird. I feel like that's so odd for them to put it right at the beginning of the session where it makes total sense, and not have it be in the middle of the session where I can role play my divine prayer experience. Man, I wonder if it has anything to do with TTRPG fans being more heavily correlated with theater kids than religious people. That's so odd. I don't know. Come on, dude. It's the same fucking trait. It's literally the same trait, and I can't. That's so silly that it's different. Another big change that impacts Seraph and Fairy. In the old days, they spent a resource to fly and could get knocked out of flying if they rolled with fear. Now they just fly? Bet. Cool. I did not like them getting knocked out if they rolled fear, so I'm fully down for them to just be able to fly. Okay, let's talk about Prayer Dice for serious. Let's see. I literally read this and I think my brain turned off for the rest of the paragraph because I was rolling my eyes in my head so hard at this. So you can spend one of the die. You can use it to reduce any incoming damage, add it to the result. I mean, yeah, this is incredibly similar to Rally, to the point where I'm kind of like, what are the differences? So you give everyone... So with Rally, everyone gets 1d6, and it scales. Prayer Dice do not scale. Well, they do scale, but they scale with spellcast rather than level. So Rally is something that you cannot purposefully scale. It uses a bigger d6, and you give it to yourself and an ally, and each ally, everyone gets 1. Whereas Seraph can purposely scale or not scale theirs. They're D4s, and they hold on to all of them. Which means that it can't be used if you split the party, on someone that's not with you. Anyone with Rally, adding the result to action, reaction, damage, or clearing stress. Whereas Seraph is reduced damage, add to the add to any roll result after the roll. Also exchange it for hope. I think prayer is just better. I mean, I'm gonna read chat really quick, but I think prayer is just like a better Rally in like almost every way. I need to pull them up side by side, honestly. Seraph is flavorfully similar to Cleric, but they play a lot like Bard. I mean, yeah, these are almost identical features, but I think prayer is better. So, I mean, I guess technically it's limited in that it has to be within far range, but it makes up for that limitation in being more flexible on you can use multiple dice on the same person. They only have a roll result difference of 1, which is, I mean, I guess that's not inconsequential, but it's close to it. This is literally add the result, add to any roll result after the roll. It's literally any roll result, which would count for rolling to clear stress during a downtime, rolling to heal during a downtime. Like, it's any roll. Whereas Rally is limited to action roll, reaction roll, damage roll, or clearing stress. They can also use it to reduce incoming damage. And they can give hope, which, like, I talked about how I liked Rally because, like, oh, you can clear stress so that, you know, it's a more guaranteed use case. You might roll too much. People might not have any stress to clear. There's so many situations where this won't be useful. The only way that a prayer die is not useful is if every single person in your party is at absolute max hope because you maintain hope between sessions. So it's like everything about prayer dice is better. And it scales with spellcast. I guess that's the thing. It's just better in every way, but it's less available because it's D4 and it scales with spellcast, which can only go up to what? Spellcast is probably going to only go up to like a 3 or a 4. Whereas Bard immediately starts D6 and everyone gets 1. So if you're in the classic party of 4, you're getting 4 D6 as opposed to the prayer dice is starting at 2D4. I guess. That's maybe enough to delineate them, is Rally is substantially more powerful and you don't have to spend any like upgrades to buff it. It just naturally scales. But damn, are prayer dice useful. Damn. Yeah, that's interesting. Seraph can be very Bard-like or very Paladin-like, depending on your subclass and/or domain. Seraph can add to a roll to clear stress, but that's out of combat. The Bard version works in combat. True. So, yeah, that is true. You could mid-combat clear stress, which could theoretically give you access to stress abilities that you wouldn't have access to otherwise. But man, oh man, these just have the flexibility. They have so much flexibility that I don't know. Rally feels a bit little bro to me. This is one pattern I've seen a few times between similar-ish classes. One will be able to be used in combat, one won't. I mean, to be fair, this can still be used extensively in combat. It's specifically for the purpose of clearing stress. This has one facet of it that is like an additional thing it can do in combat. This can still do all sorts of shit in combat. And it's so much more consistent. It's so much more flexible. Yeah. That's it. It's just good. And you can refresh one of your prayer die with Seraph's Hope. So even in terms of capacity, depending on how much hope you're rolling, you can always refresh one. And if you don't end up using it, you only spent 1. You only spent 2 because you're going to get 1 back. Woo, that's flexible. That is flexible. I'm not denying prayer dice are powerful, though. Yeah, I mean, I thought Rally was, like, pretty decent, but prayer dice are good. Remember what I said about me having a Seraph and Bard and losing the Bard? We lost our primary stress healer. Seraph is worse only out of combat for the stress segment, but Seraph is strictly better for things like HP, yeah. I think my thing is, I think there is an interesting conversation around flexibility versus power. But I think my only real reaction to this is that Rally is not powerful enough to stand up against the flexibility of Prayer Die. Like, I'm actually trying to think through all of the things. The only thing that Prayer Dice can't do are clear out stress or armor mid-combat. But they can clear out both of those things out of combat. They can reduce the incoming damage so that they can potentially augment armor in the moment. So, I mean, you are trading in flexibility for power. And this I don't want to say edge case, because it's a non-inconsequential case, I will admit. But man, oh man, I feel like this needs to be like a D8 and then it needs to evolve to a D10. But even then, I truly don't know if I look at that and I'm like, yeah, that feels powerful enough. I don't know if die size can ultimately cross that power barrier. I honestly think if we really wanted to, we would have to make it be like the rally die itself can clear stress, it can heal, it can restore armor slots. Like, if we really want to go to the in-the-moment utility, get rid of action roll, reaction roll, damage roll, get rid of all of that, and make it to where rally can clear stress, armor, or HP equal to the roll. I mean, obviously that's a fucking lot. But, like, I truly think that's the direction they would have to go in order for it to feel, to me, like, in order for it to feel remotely even between these two. Because just the sheer flexibility and guaranteed nature of it makes it so broadly useful that I feel like I can't weight rally on the same tier. I don't know. Looking at just the base class, Bard and Seraph are pretty similar. The subclasses and domain availability differentiates them more. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're rocking entirely different domains. But I do think when we're comparing these things, we have to compare them strictly. I don't think you can compare them contextually. Because, like, these two things, if every class gets one singular class feature, all of the class features should feel at relatively the same tier, whether that's in terms of flexibility, power, dynamicism, comboability. But Prayer Dice is more comboable, it's more scalable, it's more investable, I should say, in a very natural way. It's like the sheer flexibility of this, it's going to be useful so much more of the time that I don't think the power of Rally stands up. Yeah. I would also agree with you the Seraph feature is better than the Bard one in isolation. Yeah. Which I'm not looking at the rest of the class. That's all I'm talking about, yeah. I would push back on HP specifically and lean toward anything else just because HP is so the Seraph thing. HP isn't the Seraph thing. The Seraph thing is the everything thing. That's kind of what I'm saying, is like, there's no actual part of this that is in reference to HP on this Prayer Dice. It is just any roll. So I would argue that the Seraph thing is not the HP thing. The Seraph thing is flexibility more than anything. Depending on where things were the last time you looked, multiclassing may have changed a bit. Oh, interesting. What you get for multiclassing is always their base class feature now. Oh, interessante. Well, and I can see why you might have thought of that, is that provides even more of a pressure for these things to be comparable. If these are the things that you get for multi-classing, these are the things that need to be comparable to each other. So yeah. I mean flavorfully, not that specific ability. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think I think that's fair. But I don't think that this having a bit of healing would tarnish, the Splendor domain. And in fact, let me remind myself, but I believe that Druid has a bit of healing, no? I could be wrong. It could be old. I think Renewal has some healing. After you clear stress. Oh, so no, you just clear stress. So there isn't HP. Yeah, and that's more of a defense feature. Interesting. I thought I remembered Warden of Renewal clearing stress. Oh, no. No, it has regeneration. Use an action and spend 3 hope to clear 1d4 hit points on a creature you are touching. Yeah. The only reason I bring that up is that I don't think that Seraph needs to be the only thing that can heal HP. Especially if they have a domain that really dives into it. And especially if we restrict the other things that Rally can do. But honestly, if we're being real, I would actually swap these. I would actually fully swap these. I would put this entire ability and sub it in where Rally is. And then I would take the Rally ability, sub it in where the prayer dice are, and then make the modification to Rally that I talked about. And get rid of this and get rid of these, and then make the prayer dice feature the thing that can clear stress, HP, or armor. And then Rally, you can, individually give out to people to fucking affect whatever you want, add to any roll result. I think that honestly makes a little bit more sense on Rally, whereas like the concept of like mending armor, healing, and making it a little more powerful, I think makes more sense for the prayer dice. So I would actually swap it. Yeah, I think. But either way, I think right now prayer dice takes it, and it, yeah, Rally just can't contend, I think. Only Seraph and Druid get access to the core healing domain. Is Druid also with Splendor? Is blah 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 Druid? No, Druid doesn't even get access to Splendor. So that's what I'm saying. Like Druid gets a healing feature, but it doesn't even get access to Splendor. I don't know who gets access to Splendor, honestly. Let's see. Seraph is yellow and orange. I'm sure that's Splendor and Valor. So where's yellow? Yellow. Yellow's Wizard. So Wizard's the other Splendor user. Anyways. Yeah. I can get behind the ability swap. I had one critique, but you addressed it. I think maybe that would be the way to go about it. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's Drew. You can double check me. Darn, which one was it? Yeah, it's Wizard. So yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's odd. I do like that both of these feel like good, like decent support features. But man, does prayer dice just feel better. I always forget that because of 5e brain, wizards can heal. Yeah, I get that. Let's see. You can fly. Solid. That's totally fine. That's totally chill with me. Spend a hope to pick up and carry another willing creature. Sure. I might honestly say mark a stress for that, but this is mark a stress. To deal D8 damage on a successful attack. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, giving him a hope and a stress. I think this honestly makes a little bit more sense on a stress, but I can understand it's fine on hope, and I can understand that they want to give him a hope and a stress thing. Severe damage or Winged Sentinel. Gotcha. Fuck yeah. To target. Fuck yeah. That's great. Yeah, sure. When you roll your paradise. Okay. These can't be used to match and wait. If any of your dice values match, you can roll an additional damage die. These additional damage die can't be used to match and add more dice. Why not? Look, I know it'd be too powerful, but I love exploding dice. I don't know why, but exploding dice tickles such a nice part of my brain. And my head immediately goes, you can roll an additional damage die for each match. Just don't make it for... Make it if any of the damage dice values match, you can roll one additional damage die. One. No matter how many matches you get, you roll one additional damage die. If that new roll matches anything out there, you get to roll one more. Because the thing about that is that you're not adding new potential match opportunities. That's the big thing, and that's what you really want to avoid. But instead, they're saying if any of them match, it's an additional damage die per. I would rather it just keep fucking going. Give me those spins, baby. I hit. I'm gonna get blackjack. I would so much. Yeah, it's like if you roll 3 5s, add 2 damage die. Nah. If you roll 3 5s, you get one more. If it's another 5, you keep going. If it's another 5, you just fucking. I think that's way more fun. But I understand that this is probably more consistently balanced. Whatever. But it's not as fun. If we ever get to mastery, I'm totally allowing it to explode more. Fuck yeah, dude. I understand that the base way that they have it is probably more fair, but I don't care. Explode. That's all I want. So that was Seraph Sorcerer. Do you think the math of exploding dice is interesting? It encourages you to try to get a larger number of smaller die. Yeah. So it makes your overall, and most of the time when you see exploding dice implemented, normally the smaller die values, like the larger numbers, just like the math works out to lower average damage, but you have the greater chance of the dice exploding, which I think is a really fun option for low die values. Like, I think that that's cooler than trying to balance the vault. How do I phrase this? I think that exploding dice is a more fun way to add distinction between large pool of small dice and small pool of big dice, rather than just big pool of small dice, is going to weight you more towards the average, whereas small pool of big dice is going to be more swingy. I think that's a less interesting distinction than making the smaller pools, like on any given weapon, lower average damage. So like a 2d4 as opposed to a 1d10, right? Lower average there. But the 2d4 have the possibility to explode, which I think is way more interesting. Way cooler. So yeah, I like exploding damage a lot, or exploding dice. I also have a sorcerer. I guess I could have just provided my list. Oh, had a bard, has a sorcerer, druid, seraph, and guardian. Got it. Okay. The average weighting is so hard for people to feel. Then OMG, I rolled 20 extra dice that time. Absolutely. I think that 4d4 with exploding dice. What's that going to be? 2.5 every time, so that's an average of 10, right? Yeah. So 4d4, average of 10. I think that 4d4 with exploding dice is going to feel distinctly cool and fun compared to, like, it's going to feel fun and cool in a different way compared to 2d12, which has a, what's that going to have? An average of, that's 6.5. That's going to have an average of 13. Yeah. I think that 4d4 and 2d12 might actually feel similar if you have exploding dice. Maybe. You might have to, fuck with the numbers a little bit. But I think it is a really cool option to build out bigger dice pools to raise the chance that the dice explode, even if your averages are going to be lower. Yeah. Exploding dice is harder to reason about precisely what the averages are, what the better option is, etc. I agree, which makes the choices more interesting. Like right now in 5e, the choice between 2d6 and 1d12 is stupid. And you can fucking quote me on that. Obviously, math-wise, 2d6 is better. I have seen people that try to fucking argue this. They're just wrong. They're just wrong. and I will not accept alternate arguments. 2d6 is better every single time, no matter the player, than 1d12. No. I stick with that. That is a firm opinion of mine. I actually do have a video about that even. It's one of the rare longs that I have fully scripted out and made. I feel strongly about that. 2d6 is the better option. However, 2d6 versus 1d20 with exploding dice, which one is better is not ultimately clear. And so it doesn't become a fixed, opinion. It doesn't become like this fixed thing of, 2d6 is better, 1d12 is better, whatever. It becomes which do you prefer? And I think that is a much better mindset for TTRPGs broadly. Downsides, trade-offs. It's basically the same concept as the way that they do armor in this game, which I love. Like the fact that let me get an armor piece. Yeah, heavy, -1 to evasion. Base armor score is higher, but it gives you -1 to evasion. That's a trade-off. That's a preference. You can build builds around that. I like it. Especially and explicitly for equipment. I'm a little bit more, I like to lean more into purely additive for forced decisions like species, class, subclass. But for equipment that you can trade out and buy, sell, trade, whatever, I always lean towards trade-offs. And exploding dice are one of the best ways to obfuscate the trade-off, which is good. Not obfuscate the trade-off, but actually create a trade-off. and this is the thing I get annoyed by, is people will claim that 2d6, being the average, like the fact that you have a 1 in 36 chance of rolling the 12 is a trade-off to the 1d12 chance, or the 1 in 12 chance of rolling the 12 on the d12. I reject that. That is misleading reframing, and I absolutely disagree with it. That is a statistical fact that that just obfuscates the fact that 2d6 is better. I hate it. So all that being said, I like exploding dice because then you can make, these statistical average things. You can make the smaller dice pools with the higher dice amount, you can make those come out on top in terms of average damage. You can make it be a 1d20 compared to the 2d6. And now, because of exploding dice, the value of those 2d6 is obfuscated. It's not just it's not just their average value. That is their actual value. They have a potential upper limit that the 1d20 does not have, which I think is much more interesting. It makes it a much more of a preference type decision than just those averages. The choice being less clear will bug certain types of players and excite other types. But I think that to me, that is the point. If it is the wild magic of it all. It is the randomness. It is the chaos. As a famed wild magic hater, you will have the option of the consistency, of the reliability of the dice that are, less likely to explode, but have this higher average. That is bringing it more into a consistent output for the types of players that want a consistent output, but the players that want to gamble can get the lower consistent output with the higher potential output. And I think that is much more interesting than like 2d6 versus 1d12. Neither of them have a higher potential output. They have identical potential outputs, but one has a higher consistent output. So that's why I say that there's no argument, is because that should be the debate. The debate should be, do you prefer higher potential or higher consistency? 2d6 versus 1d12, the potential is the same. The 2d6 is, or the average, or the consistency is higher on one of them. 2d6 versus 1d12 is marginal, and in the short term, randomness can easily overcome that small bit of bias, but with enough rolls, 2d6 will pull ahead for sure. Yeah, and I mean, with weapons, a lot of times you're using them for a long time, to a point where the statistics matter. You often get large enough data sets with D&D for those statistics to bear out. So, and if you reject the premise that the statistics will bear out, then it's an even less interesting choice. That's the really broad issue with it, is if you care about the statistics and think that it will matter and it will bear out, it's not an interesting choice. You should choose the 2d6. If you don't think that the statistics matter and that they won't bear out, then there's literally no choice between the two. So yeah, I don't know. It's crazy. They would have a point if rolling the max value gave some additional benefit. True. Very true. If you could damage crit, for example. If you could damage crit, that is an absolutely valid argument. I totally agree. Such as rolling more dice. Oh no! Daniel, no! We can't reinvent exploding dice from the other side. No! But yes, absolutely precisely. Absolutely precisely. If rolling the max value allows you to roll again, then 1d12 is 100,000% better than 2d6. Yep. Yeah. So it's a little bit wild, a little bit wacky to me. But let's see here. Sorcerer. Spend 3 hope after a spellcast roll to double the result of your hope die. Oh, that's cool. Because that also, most likely, that's giving you a hope back. Not always. But if you're doubling the result, I would assume that would apply to whether or not the roll is with fear or with hope. Right? I would assume so. So that's cool. It's kind of a little bit of a... It has a higher threshold for you to be able to use it, but it has the decent chance of getting you one back. Kind of cool. I would definitely rule it that way. Yeah, I'd agree. You can sense the patterns of... oh, yeah. Arcane Sense. Minor Illusion. Make a spellcast roll. On success, you create a minor visual illusion. No longer... then this illusion is convincing to anybody. That's fine. It's very unique. And you don't have to spend anything, but like you risk it rolling with fear. And it risks just failing. So I'm down with that. I have a hard time imagining a time where you would use it if it wasn't gonna get you one back, so mostly it costs 2. I would agree. I would agree. It specifically does not hold up to close scrutiny. Yeah, which I think is a decent way to represent a minor illusion. Like, I think that there's, a situation... Like D&D has the aspect of, like, you just cast minor illusion, and then when someone inspects it from literally any range, they, it has a chance to fail or whatever. This is kind of the opposite, where you're making this roll, you create it, it doesn't hold up upon close inspection. Which... kind of, I don't want to say nicheifies, but it does create a more of a niche where it is useful. But within that niche, if it's successful, it's very useful. I think the only thing I might have done is make it a stress instead of a spellcast roll, because you've already made it a niche situation. Although, this is one of 3 class features. It's one of 3 class features. So I guess it's okay for it to be kind of weak. Once per long rest, you can place a domain and choose either gain hope equal to the level of the card, enhance a damage dealing spell. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's one of 3 features. I think that's fine. It's risky and it's niche, but like this is consistent. This is always going to be good. So I guess you can have a risky niche one. That's fine. That's fine. It's not possible to succeed in the most powerful case, but also cannot fail in other cases. Yeah, it's definitely niche. I will confess my sorcerer has used it twice, and in the moment I forgot about the far range thing, and it has not been overly powerful. Yeah. I assume that kind of has to be there because there's no aspect of timing to it. I feel like you could, if you wanted to, make it to where it's just fucking convincing, but it only lasts until long rest? I don't know. I honestly don't love the fact that there's three. Just straight up. This feels like something that should be on a codex card. And then maybe buff channel raw power slightly. And then you have arcane sense. Honestly, really honestly, I'd really prefer it if everyone just had one core class feature. Because there being 3 of them, it's kind of tough to determine how they stack up. But that can be okay. There's nothing super duper wrong with that. It just takes more testing. Sample size of 2, though, and the times they used it were not ideal for it. One enemy was literally psychic and was just kind of confused. There was an empty body there. Lol. That's funny. Primal. Right. I remember this. Or elemental. Right. Yeah. Yeah, the sorcerer's interesting. I don't hate this. Minor illusion feels a bit like an afterthought, though. I think I'd kind of rather it be... I don't know. I don't know what I'd rather have. It's fine. It's fine. I don't have strong feelings. Sorcerer is, for me, the most meh. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I mean, I think it's the fact that... I think it's supposed to essentially be the Warlock, where it gets Arcana and Midnight, which have some at-will stuff. It has this minor illusion that you can do as often as you want. You just have to make a roll. It has Arcane Sense, which is always there. Like this primal origin, this foundation feature has to mark a stress. But actually, oh no, these all cost stuff. I know Elemental gives you a passive. Yeah, you can channel this element into unique harmless effects, which basically gives you Wild Touch. Additionally, you can spend Hope. Like, yeah, and then it's just like once per long rest. It's very much. Especially Elemental Sorcerer is very much the class of passives, once per long rest. Like, you're using your hope and your stress for other shit. Primal gives you some options to use your stress and hope, and every single ability requires it. So it's like stress, when you help an ally, which I think costs hope. Is that correct? Yeah, spend 1 hope. But even that is like a passive upgrade to a all everyone can do it ability. You spend 2 hope here. But even this is you spend 2 hope, normally the risky one, but when you successfully cast a spell, so successfully, you can spend your charge to temporarily increase the stuff. So it really just seems like it's meant to harness the same feeling as like invocations on like Warlock in 5e. You're getting a lot of guaranteed shit. You're not having to spend a lot of resources. Yeah. Even Sorcerer's Hope is allowing you to double the result. Not even like re-roll it or anything. It's doubling the result. You're gonna get a hope back. So you're not even spending as much as you would think. And you're just getting to consistently bump your stuff. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know why outside of domain cards I would choose a sorcerer. I think that you are hitting on the design intention by saying that. You choose it because it gives you stuff that is theoretically pretty good for basically free. And then you get to spend all of your resources, all of your hope, and all of your stress on your cool-ass domain cards. I think that's literally it. Here is a bunch of meh free stuff. Go absolutely buck wild with your cards. Like, we're gonna, like, all these things are good, you know, they're gonna be useful, but you're gonna have all your resources for your cards, and you're gonna be passively a little bit better than a commoner in the process. Yeah. They do have some boss domain cards. Yeah, they have the best domain from Rogue, and also the one of the best spellcastery domains. Yeah. Like, Arcana and Midnight are really good. They've got solid evasion. Damage threshold isn't terrible. Like, yeah. Midnight is easily my favorite. If I were trying to min-max a roguey, doing a sorcerer is a legit possibility. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It might literally be that, too. They put a class in between every domain in the circle, so they had to have one that was Arcana and Midnight, and they realized the domains were powerful and had to nerf it. It's definitely possible. It's also that, if I remember correctly, a lot of Arcana and Midnight cards cost resources because they're very powerful. So when you have a person that has both of those domains that are both very resource heavy, you have to have class abilities that are good but not very resource intensive. So they end up being meh abilities because you don't have to spend any resources to do them. This one gives you resources back. Like, this is really funny, honestly. Channel Raw Power is a way to gain hope when Minor Illusion does not spend hope and Arcane Sense does not spend hope, and this is one of the cheaper hope abilities. And if you choose Elemental Origin, you have like one thing that spends one hope. This is free. This costs stress. So this is like Channel Raw Power is so directly, like, you would only do this if you were spending a shitload of hope on your domain cards, you know? So I think that sort of reveals a little bit of the design intention there. Let's see. I not realized how weird the hope thing was, but you're right. It's something that I didn't realize until we really started talking about it, but yeah. Yeah. And then, you know, if you do go the couple of Arcana or Midnight ones that aren't super resource intensive, then you can go Primal Origin, and it gives you a stress thing, it gives you a hope thing, it gives you a hope thing. But again, even this is a little bit abnormal from how hope is normally used otherwise. This is just a buff of an existing way to use hope. So yeah. Very, very interesting, I'll say. Definitely interesting. Warrior. This is interesting. I was wondering if I was going to see this. If I remember correctly, in the version that I reviewed in 1.3, all of the evasion scores and damage thresholds were tied together, like their progression up and down. So if the evasion score was lower, the damage thresholds would be higher. If I remember correctly. I might be remembering incorrectly. But this one, the damage threshold is the same on both of them, but the warrior's evasion is just higher, which, you know, I think is fair. I think that's totally fine. I understood why they did it that way in 1.3, I think, but I think that this is very fair. Warrior might be even more meh. I mostly say that because I can't remember anything about Warrior. Lol, let's see. Well, it's another one that has 3 core features. So, Not, invites some comparison. Battle strategist. After a successful attack roll, you can describe how you outmaneuver your target, then mark a stress to deal them a stress. Okay. Okay. Oh, wait, what's this? 3 hope to reroll any number of your damage dice. Okay. If an adversary attempts to leave your melee, make an agility reaction roll against their difficulty. Choose 1 effect on a successful roll or 2 on a critical success. Keep them from moving. Deal your primary weapon damage. Move with them. Okay, again, we are kind of diving into a passive. I will say, if we're comparing it to the sorcerer, passives, I like this attack of opportunity a lot. I think that's really fun. I think that's super fun. I think tying it to agility makes a lot of sense, just like intuitive sense, in a way that I wouldn't really have thought of before. But yeah, it's like, yeah, you make an agility, in D&D, like a dex, to react to them moving. Being able to move with them is super cool. Keep them from moving has that sentinel action, or just deal the damage. And dealing the damage is interesting because it ties a consistent source of damage to an agility roll rather than an attack roll, which means that they're generally generating less fear for the GM. Because reaction rolls don't generate hope or fear. So in general, they're generating less hope and less fear, because they're able to deal out their weapon damage more consistently. Huh. There's interesting shit there. Huh. Yeah. Stress for stress is interesting. Absolutely goes into the blood magic feel. And it's yeah. It is interesting. It's interesting that it's called Battlefield Strategist, or Battle Strategist as well, because it does feel like a strategic choice. It's like, okay, I'm only going to use this in the right circumstances. It's a very consistent return. It's not really capped in any way besides your own stress, which feels right. And it's a really decent out-of-combat utility. Like, if you're up against a merchant, and, the merchant, like, I know there's a generic merchant stat block that, like, takes a number of stress, and if you do all if you fill up their stress bar, then they give you, like, a better deal, which feels really reminiscent of fighter, archetypes, battle master. Feels very reminiscent of Know Your Enemy. Starting at 7th level, if you spend at least 1 minute observing or interacting with another creature outside of combat, you can learn certain information about its capabilities compared to your own. This is fine. I've always thought that Know Your Enemy was pretty mid, but I understood what they were going for. Battle Strategist feels like it's going after a similar thing, but it's actually accomplishing it in a really like nice way. So it's like, yeah, but it's very under the radar, which is kind of interesting. Oh, yeah, you don't have to roll for an attack. Yeah. Keeping them from moving is pretty boss for the right build. Yeah. Classic, like, Sentinel, Pam bullshit. Yeah. Enemies in general have less stress than PCs. Yeah, so it's, like, very, like, when do I spend this? Because, yes, enemies are going to have less stress than me, but I am... I'm having to do, I don't know. Yeah, enemies in general, yeah. But they also could easily outnumber PCs or drastically undernumber. Yeah, now I kind of want to see wars side by side with my grind. Yeah. You could have multiple combats in Adventure Day. Yeah, absolutely. Also, I am seeing this. I'm wrong about. I'm actually wrong about Know Your Enemy. I'm just now seeing this. It's after a successful attack roll. Frankly, get rid of that. Make it they don't have a spell cast, do they? Yeah, they don't. Make it agility. Make it I say make it not an attack roll. Fuck it, make it like a presence roll, but then you're making them pretty mad. Ah, that's sad. Yeah. That's sad because it means you can't do battle strategist on attack of opportunity, and it means you can't do it out of combat. Man. Bro, maybe just get rid of the roll. But is that too good? Is getting rid of the roll just too good? Ignore burden when equipping weapons. Whenever you deal physical damage, add your level to its value. Jesus. I mean, that's also just very strong. Man, I wish this was a little bit more unbound. I wish this was a tiny bit unbound. I understand why it's locked behind this, but that means that you can't proc it on attack of opportunity. Even if they wanted it to be battle only, just make it the same condition as this whenever you deal physical damage. Because then you could use it on attack of opportunity. Like, combat training can be used with this. Don't make it after a successful attack roll. Make it whenever you deal physical damage. I think that would be super cool. It would still be sad to me that you can't use it out of combat. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Warrior and Garden are the only ones that aren't spellcasters. Yeah. Ignore burden means you can have two-handed weapons and also a secondary. Oh, yeah, wow. I didn't even really hone in on that. Yeah. I thought this was like flavor text, honestly, for a second. Yeah, wow. Yeah, honestly, for me, just at base, maybe this is very cool, which I could very much understand it being cool. Honestly, keep this, get rid of this, and get rid of the required attack roll. And just let them fucking do it just say, like, as an action. Describe how you outmaneuver your target. I think that'd be so cool. Or maybe just that. Actually, that might be fine. Just spend an action and you can do it. I think that could be fine. Because then you can't just, like, roll it over and over and over. Yeah. Interesting. Whenever you do physical damage is intriguing wording. It implies dual classing nerf. It does. Which attack of opportunity does not. And it's also weird because it's like ignore burden when equipping weapons. So that means like, hey, go nuts with your weapons. But you're right. It is then whenever you deal physical damage. Which seems like, and this is where we go with friction, is it's like these two seem to be a bit at odds in terms of their intention. It's like, here's more flexibility, here's power, but only for limited types. So it's like, here's some more flexibility, but if you go into spell damage or arcane damage or whatever, you don't get the second part. That's a good example of friction to me. Because this is a single feature where in some cases it's not like the feature itself is niche, but certain things that the feature promotes you doing are disincentivized by other parts of the feature. So yeah, a lot of this entire thing, I like Attack of Opportunity a lot. I think that's really cool. I think that's a great way to represent it. I like the options. I like the 2 on a crit. I think that's super nice. I like Attack of Opportunity. Combat training, battle strategist, almost, but But combat training, especially. A lot of weapons in Daggerheart are weapons but deal magic damage. Yeah, absolutely. There are lots of two-handed magic weapons. Yeah, so it's like, ignore burdens when equipping weapons, but only for some of them. But not actually only for some of them, just only if you want to get this amazing buff. It's like, what are we doing here? I don't know. Okay. Slayer on a roll with hope. You can place a D. Oh. These are your Slayer dice. You can sort number of Slayer dice. When you make a attack roll, you can spend a number of Slayer dice, rolling them and adding their value to your total. Instead. Oh. That's interesting. It's a little bit of like a mini rally or a mini prayer die. But you never waste it. It's at the end of the session, clear Slayer and gain that many hope. So you're never wasting the Slayer. You're never wasting the hope. But in the moment, you are taking the hope away from yourself. Because you don't get to convert it until the end of the session. So you're putting it as your Slayer dice. And then it's like, okay, maybe you fucked up, whatever. There's also... This is also interesting. This isn't just you can convert your D6 into hope, or you can convert your hope into Slayer dice. This is when you roll with your hope, which means that number one, you have to gain it mid-session, and oh man, I was going somewhere with that. It's also not very resource intensive. You could have your full cap of hope and still use this. Like if you have all 6 hope slots filled, Call of the Slayer still totally works. You just if you roll with hope, you gain a Slayer die, and you can store it up to your proficiency. Then you just have to use some hope before the end of the session in case you have any Slayer dice left. That's cool. I think that's a well-designed, very solid feature. And the number of Slayer dice you can store goes up with your proficiency, which totally works. Because that also, your proficiency is something you'll want to go into for Attack of Opportunity. It's also something you'd want to go into when you're ignoring the burdens on the heavy weapons because they have higher die values, so you're going to be wanting to go more into proficiency. Very solid feature, especially as a subclass feature. I may not like it as much if it was like a foundation feature, or sorry, not foundation, a class feature. Really solid foundation feature for a subclass. I like it a lot. That's really, really, really cool. I'm revising my opinion of Warrior. It doesn't seem meh as far as power level. Its abilities are boring but strong. I agree. It gives me fighter vibes, where it's like fighter is very boring but is very good. Like it gives you more options for equipping weapons, way more flexibility mid-combat, the ability to store up and basically do like ad hoc crits. Yeah. And then it has Blade and Bone, which give you even more flexibility in combat and power. You can wield multiple weapons with dangerous ease. When you make a successful attack roll, you can spend a hope to add 1 damage die from your secondary weapon, which is leaning even more into the combat training. In addition, once per long rest, when you roll your Slayer die, you can roll any ones taking the new result. Fuck yeah. You become an inspirational warrior. You gain access to martial preparation downtime move. Whoa. To use this during your rest, describe how you instruct and train with your party, and give yourself and each ally a Slayer die. That's super cool. I like that a lot. Mega themed, very, 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 very themed. Which is like, it's only on attacker damage. And you know, towards the end of our rally versus prayer die conversation, I did kind of come around to what you're talking about of like the rally versus the theme of like, versus the prayer dice of like the Seraph's thing should be healing. It's like, okay, there is something to be said for like making it a theme. So it's like, yeah, like right here, I'm like, I don't really think that the rally has a lot of themes. The Seraph has closer to a theme with the prayer dice, but this is intensely themed, which is, I think, really cool. Adding it as an additional downtime move is super interesting. Getting your own special downtime move, super fun. Especially because you don't get an extra use of downtime moves. So you would, do this when you're preparing for like a battle, which is super evocative of like a warrior general type beat. I like Call of the Slayer a lot. Call of the Slayer's awesome. I really, really like that. Like it's hyper what it is. It's very what it is, but it's good at it. Yeah, that's cool. That's super cool. Mastery is even more like the Bard. Yeah, proficiency is a key ability for any martial classes. Debatably, I would say if you're playing like a Guardian, like maybe you could argue. Although, actually, no, Guardian increasing your armor score by proficiency. That's fair. Yep. For balance, assume Warrior and Guardian always have max proficiency. Fair. The only sad thing about martial preparation is that it's a mastery, so pretty late in the campaign. Yeah, true. True. It's, yeah, which I'm sure, like, ordering those sorts of things is hard. I've never envied designers that have to order cool abilities. So I can, I wouldn't be. I'm not gonna end up being too harsh on that sort of thing. Yeah. Call is quite good. Call the Brave is interesting. Let's see. Interested to hear your rambles. Reminder: proficiency is the number of dice you roll for damage. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Anyway, okay. Call of the Brave. When you fail a roll with fear, you gain a hope. So you are gaining a bunch of hope. Always. But you have nothing to use hope on besides this. Okay. It's not... Okay. Does Call the Brave give you anything else? Once before a long rest, before you attempt something incredibly dangerous or face off against a foe who clearly that matches you, describe what ritual you perform or preparation you make, then clear 2 stress and gain 2 hope. What the fuck are we using all this hope on? Also, I remember this. I remember thinking that this seemed a little bit silly to me. Like, not mechanically bad, but I remember the idea. I remember literally thinking about, like, an example of this, of, you encounter a fucking dragon out on the field, or in a forest. A T-Rex comes lumbering through the jungle, and it roars at you. Rawr. And then you're like, okay, 1 second, let me oil and sharpen my machete while I prepare for this fight. It's like, the flavor's a little silly to me. I get what it's going for. It's going for like you're in the gladiatorial arena. What are you doing in the locker room ahead of the fight? I get that. I think that sort of shit works better as a downtime move. I think that sort of shit works way better, flavorfully, if you put it into a downtime move. This is a little silly to me. Two stress and 2 hope. What the fuck are we spending all this hope on? Hope. What you were vigilant in the face of mounting danger. While you have no more than 2 HP slots unmarked, your hope die becomes a D20. We're gaining... Where? Why? What are we spending all of this on? What are we spending all of this fucking hope on? I'm getting it from fear. I'm getting it from this. I'm getting it because when I'm low on HP, I'm rolling it constantly. Where am I using it? I'm not using it on any of my class features. I guess I'm just doing Warrior's Hope constantly? Do Blade and Bone have especially, like, a lot of hope mechanics? Let me see. Because they should, if this is to be remotely justified. Not good enough. When you reroll your damage die, reroll any 1s or 2s. Is that... didn't I just see that in here? Yeah. It's kind of... it's actually... It's on here. It's in addition, once per long rest, when you roll your Slayer dice, you can reroll any 1s. Oh, I guess Slayer dice don't count as damage dice? Okay, sure. I was like, that's a little bit weird. Retaliation. When you take damage, you may mark a stress, not a hope, to immediately deal damage. Whirlwind. Make an attack roll against a target. On a success, you may spend a hope. On a success, okay. You may spend a hope to use that roll against every other enemy in the range. Okay. So that's 1 out of 3. And it's not like we've been describing with hope, where it's like, okay, use hope before you roll. It's after. So that's a little bit extra interesting. It seems like this would actually be a really good econ ability where you guarantee that you're always getting value out of hope. Once per long rest, if you compliment someone or ask them about something they're good at, you may both take 3 hope. Why? You may always... Once per short rest, avoid the damage. Where's the hope sink? You can choose to use a character trait. Mark a stress. Where's the hope? You may do it until you do damage. No. You make your armor score. No. What the fuck? Bone, give me something. Give me something, Bone. Mark a stress. Target evade and mark a stress. What card is in your loadout? Nope. Nothing there. When you cause enemy... Thank God. Ferocity. When you cause an enemy to mark any hit points, spend 2 hope to temporarily increase your invasion by the number of hit points you die. This bonus lasts until after the next attack that targets you. If you have Call of the Brave and you don't take Ferocity, you're playing Call of the Brave wrong. I'm just gonna raise up my hands. I'm gonna put it out there. You are straight up playing it wrong if you do not take Ferocity. Because what the fuck else are you spending all your fucking hope on? This is crazy. That's crazy. I guess Warrior's Hope. I can't even begin to fathom what Warriors spent hope on before this was added in this patch. Crazy. They're attempting to, I guess, always help their allies literally all the time? It must be. Wild. Wild, 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 wild. There is still a case where you don't gain hope. It's when you fail with fear? Sure. Wait. Yeah, so success with fear is no hope. Sure. But even the specialization feature makes that less likely because it makes your hope die stronger. So, yeah, I don't know. Also, you still gain the fear when you gain the hope, so you're gaining all the things all the time. Yeah, it's one of the more awkward subclasses mechanically, and as far as I can tell, it's another class that's all, hey, go pick up some crazy domain cards. Yeah, I would have thought that. I think that that's a super reasonable train of thought, is, hey, go take a bunch of shit that uses a bunch of hope. But there isn't any. I feel like I am going insane. Ferocity is at level 2? I know! It's like Ferocity's at level 2. I guess you take Whirlwind? Whirlwind is very niche and very economical. Because you know if you're going to be succeeding or not before you spend the hope. It's definitionally economical compared to other uses of hope around the game. Honestly, Ferocity is too, but I'm not even looking for that. This is when you cause. Both of these are incredibly economical. There's no risk. So what the fuck are you doing with your hope? So wild. You're just constantly using Warrior's Hope, I guess. That's the only thing I can do. Yeah. Warriors hoping you're 1 per day tag team, 8 every action. Yeah, you are heavily familiarizing yourself with the base actions. That's crazy. Shocked it out for you, at least until later levels. I'm sure that there's some later level ones, but you should be gaining them. It should be earlier. Yeah. Also, with Mastery, you're giving other people a discount on hope. I didn't even read the Mastery. Your Unbending Courage is a rallying point. You can initiate a tag team role, which, I mean, I guess you're doing all the fucking time, yeah. 1 extra time per session, yeah. Additionally, when an ally wishes to initiate a tag team, they only need to spend 2 hope. Sure. You know what? This makes a shitload of sense within the context of these 2 abilities. This makes total sense, but I was just talking about on the other one that's like, I'm not gonna fucking comment on, the ordering of things, blah, 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 blah. This is a great sync for hope, and it makes it more likely that your teammates will actually do it with you instead of spending hope on their own shit. But yeah, you cannot access this until the last third of the campaign, bro. Fucking cut me a break. It's insane. That's truly ludicrous. That's let me do Battlefield Strategist by spending a hope. If you're gonna do all of this to me on Call of the Brave actually becomes intensely useful and actually really, really, really good, I think. If Battlefield Strategist requires you to spend a hope or says spend a stress or mark a hope, or mark a stress or spend a hope to deal them a stress, or just take out the stress entirely and just make it a hope-based ability. But with absolutely nothing in their normal class features that sucks up hope, I cannot imagine. I can't picture myself taking this. I just can't. Because I'm just going to be constantly at max hope with no shot of ever spending it down. Knowledge, yeah. Brace. I mean, if you're doing Call of the Brave, you take Brace. Brace would be great for Call of the Brave. I think the real thing is, with Call of the Brave, you are really... I don't want to say you're locking yourself into a playstyle, but you are locking yourself into using really specific mechanics if you want the things that Call of Brave gives you to be good. Like, Call of the Slayer is good if you hit things. Which I think I can be relatively confident that the Warrior is planning on doing. Call of the Brave is good if you are constantly doing aid and tag team and want really specific blade or bone abilities that are hope sucks. Because I think you need at least one of them. Because the problem with tag team roles is that it requires other people to have hope. And they don't have the crazy hope gain that you do. So you're more often going to be aiding people. If you are in love, it just gets your jollies in a jimmy. The aid feature. Then Call of the Brave is going to work out for you. Or if you're really enamored with Warrior's Hope for some reason. Which, I mean, it's fine. But otherwise, I think I don't know. I would never pick that over Slayer. That's, yeah. Oof. Yeah, Mastery kicks in at 8, yeah. I think I know one thing that could fix Call of the Brave, maybe too powerful even. Take the Guardian subclass feature and tweak it to Hope. Guardian subclass. Stalwart? When you take physical damage, always reduce it by your armor score. Maybe the Vengeance feature you're thinking of? Gain additional armor when you're hit by an enemy in melee, immediately roll a number of d6. Which Guardian feature? Guardian subclass feature. Immediate amount of hit points. I actually don't know which one you're thinking of. Except for maybe, I guess, Vengeance is Mastery, but you can't access that if you're multi-classing. So I'm actually not sure what you're thinking of. I thought you just skipped it, but then did my second message not come back? Oh, wait. When you take physical damage, you mark a stress instead of an armor slot. Wait, what? Where? When you take physical damage... Where is it? Stalwart Foundation line 2. When you always Stalwart Foundation line 2. Am I missing it? When you take this foundation, increase all of your damage thresholds by 1. When you take physical damage, always reduce it by your armor score before applying it to your thresholds. You can still spend armor slots to reduce it further. Oh, okay. I was like, I don't know what we're talking about. Okay, that makes way more sense. Okay. Do the above, but hope instead of stress? Sure. Yeah. I mean, that'd be fine. That'd be fine. That'd be fine. I mean, truly, possibly too powerful? Maybe. I think maybe what I would do is put the tag team role stuff, just like basically just put the mastery feature into the foundation feature. Like actually straight up. Although, actually, I don't even know. I don't even know about that. Maybe do just the second part of the mastery. Say, when an ally wishes to initiate a tag team with you, they only need to spend 2 hope. Put that into the foundation instead of this. So you get, when you fail a roll with fear, you gain hope. Put the second part of the ally discount into the foundation feature, and then swap this once per long rest into the mastery feature. Then, at the very least, you are taking something that is an existing hope sink, but requires other people to spend hope as well, and you are making them more likely to engage with you, with it and you. And then maybe make it to where you can initiate a tag team roll one extra time per session, move that to specialization, and then make it a third time on the mastery. Like, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know about Call of the Brave. I don't know about that. Can't touch me ever. Can't touch me. Dun, 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 dun. I think I may go a bit weirder. Let you pay for other people's tag team. Ooh. No, I like that. I actually think that's way better, and actually doesn't require you to... I actually think that's way better and does not require any reordering. Take this out entirely. Second paragraph of the foundation feature, take it out entirely. Get rid of it. I already think it's kind of weird flavor-wise, so just ditch it. And then, yeah, just say, whenever you are involved in a tag team role, regardless of if you initiate it or not, you can pay for the other participant's hope cost. I think that's great. I actually think that's kind of cool. I think that's kind of cool because that's not something you could put in anyone else. Like, every other class is gaining hope too slowly for them to fucking wait on someone else's slow ass to build up 6 hope. You know what I'm saying? Because, right, it's the tag teams require 3 each. If I remember correctly. Each player can choose one time per session to spend 3 hoped and initiate a tag team roll with another PC. Work with your chosen partner. Both you and your partner make separate rolls. If the chosen roll is with hope, the PC whose action roll was gains hope. Wait, what? Wait, what? Each person. Wait, am I confusing something? Am I misunderstanding? You can initiate when an ally wishes. Oh, wait. I was actually even misunderstanding how tag team roles worked. I thought you both had to pay 3 stress, which would have been crazy, honestly. But yeah. I think this is absolutely the way to go with it. If you want to make this right. I think, yeah. Get rid of this foundation feature entirely and just say, when an ally initiates a tag team roll with you, you may pay the hope cost instead of them. Yeah. I think that is absolutely correct. And your unbending courage is a rallying point for your allies. With this, you maintain hope even when others falter. Something like that. Like, you can absolutely work that in to where you're paying their hope cost. And then you're making sure that everyone is using their tag team more often, which is great for people that have other hope sinks where they might not want to pay the hope for a tag team. And then it makes the mastery feature even better because now you get the discount for this, but you can still cover the cost, which makes the radical amount of hope that you're gaining really solid. Yeah. Allow the warrior, allow the Call of the Brave warrior to pay for the other side's hope cost. I think you're dead on, Daniel. I think that'd be great. Yeah, tag teams are incredibly powerful and underused in general. I think I've seen a single table use them a lot on a stream, and every other table just forgets they exist. Yeah, they're super, super good. They're really creative. It really leans into this warrior aspect. Yeah. I think that is absolutely the way to go with this. Yeah. If the action tracker is active, tag team roles only take 1 action token instead of 2. Yeah. 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 Yep. I just agree. And I think that would be way better and way cooler and way more interesting. And it would also be more cohesive with the entire class. Like, Call of the Slayer, the foundation features about the Slayer's dice. Specialization gives you stuff to do with Slayer's dice. Mastery feature allows you to give other people and yourself Slayer's dice. This is like gain a shitload of hope, gain more hope, and then other people can spend less hope. Like, it's hope themed, which is fine, but it doesn't actually give you things to do with the hope, which is, I think, incredibly important. You know. Well, maybe the clarify rule that I and many other people interpreted more generously. I don't think it was actually spelled out before. Oh, interesting. I'm not familiar enough with the tag team rules to know. Yeah. Yeah, damn. It's weird because I think that battle strategist is too good if you tie it to hope. Like, stress is definitely more valuable than hope. But it'd be nice if it was a hope sync. Maybe it's 2 hope. I also think you could potentially go towards making Call of the Brave fine as is by making Battlefield Strategist just remove the first bit. You can describe how you outmaneuver your target, then then spend 2 hope to deal them a stress. Because then you can do it outside of combat. It's a pretty steep hope cost, but it gets a stress. And then this hope sync would then give Call of the Brave, even if you didn't change it at all, it would give it something to consistently spend its hope on. I don't know. Warrior seems fine, but right now I'd be choosing Slayer, and I hope it gets some touches in the last version. In 1.0. All right, Wizard. Codex and Splendor. Spend 3 hope instead of marking your last hit point. That's fucking awesome. Oh, I love that. It's also strange. I guess they must have low thresholds, right? They actually have higher evasion. I guess I'm comparing it to Sorcerer. Guardian. What are we rocking on Guardian? 816, yeah. And, like, not that much lower of an evasion. Bard is a 9, 612. Wait, 612. Oh. 816. Oh, it's always double now. I see. Okay. 714. Their evasion is pretty high, but if they get hit, they're getting hit. Wizard's Hope is hilarious, and I like it. Oh man, I really, really dig it. Yeah. I'm super into Wizard's Hope. Especially because if you want to dive even more into evasion, you're taking like lighter armor that is going to reduce it's, going to be less armor score, which is going to interact even more poorly with these damage thresholds. But if you take heavier armor, then you're relying a lot more on heavy armor. Like, if you take heavy armor that lowers your evasion score, you still have these really low damage thresholds, and you're gonna be getting hit more. So it's either, this is big gambler territory of, do you just increase your invasion and understand if I get hit, I'm gonna get fucking smacked? Or do you go fucking war wizard, you know, become a child in plate armor and say, I'm gonna get hit, it's gonna hurt, but my damage thresholds are actually so low that I can easily offset them with even lower armor? Oh, man. I don't know, but it's, these three in concert are hilarious, and I love them. That's super, super fun. Now I just want Wizard to have an exploding dice ability. If one of the wizard subclasses gives me exploding dice, I love it. I will adore the wizard. Let's see. That also makes it easier to use that ability as intended in larger fights. You just have to wait until you gain more hope to keep doing keep doing stress damage to them. I agree. I think maybe that's the answer for the warrior. But anyways. Even the wizard ability would work in the hope fighter. Yeah, wizard's hope would work in the hope fighter, dude. Same level as you get the other thing. Where is it? Where's Call the Brave? Call the Brave. Call the Brave. Call the Brave. Yeah, bro. Yes. Get rid of this and put the wizard hope feature in there, which then combos so well with this. Oh my god. That's actually kind of sick nasty. If you put Wizard's Hope, just this exact feature, bar for bar, word for word, put that exact feature in instead of this feature, bro, you get to specialization and you are riding that line. Oh my god. You are riding that line if you get the hope for your last hit point, and then you also have the specialization of 2 hit point slots unmarked. Your hope die becomes a D20. That's so sick. That's so fucking cool. Yeah, just pop it out. But I also like it on Wizard, so what are you gonna do? Yeah, Strange Patterns hasn't changed really at all since you last saw, but it's still a worthy eyebrow raise from some of those who know the statistics. Ooh, let's check. Though it is a fun flavor for the wacky inventor type. Yeah, big gambler territory is the vibes for Wizard in general, I think. Give me exploding dice. I hope you're having a good day. We'll go back to the beginning of the stream, but I don't think I'll catch up anymore, though. Yeah, unlikely. I think we're approaching the end, depending. I don't know. We'll see. The only thing that really sucks about Wizard Hope versus Warrior is it almost becomes a better Guardian. Guardian is about survivability protection. I think it kind of does, but I think if you put it in here, you could even lower the hit point slots unmarked. You could lower it to 1 if you put Wizard Hope in here. And then it's like real gambler territory of, do I keep my hope around for if I get hit so that I can fucking survive while I'm down in this place where I'm gaining more hope. I'm rolling a D20 for more likelihood to hit. I think this is survivability protection, but again, it's in this subclass. And I think you are adding an amount of risk to it. You could even cut the ability a little bit. You could say, spend 2 hope instead of marking 1 hit point. instead of marking 1. So not spend 3 hope instead of marking your last hit point. Spend 2 hope instead of marking 1. So now, if you're riding in your minor threshold, you're fine. And in this segment, the specialization feature, you're more powerful. But if you get hit for severe damage and you can't lower it with armor, if you've used up all your armor, you can't use this feature to get you there. There's something there. I do kind of like that. Yeah, it's getting closer to the other suggestion where you could spend hope to use armor. Yeah. I agree. Yeah. The dog's food is going off. 1 second. I will be right back. Not that. There we go. All right, yeah, I'll be right back. 1 second. Alrighty. Wizard. Prestidigitation. Sure. Choose a number between 1 and 12. Whenever you roll that number on a duality die, gain a hope or clear a stress. You can change this number when you finish a long rest. Huh. And you don't have to lock it into hope or stress when you choose it. Choose a number between 1 and 12. So you have, when you roll that number on a duality die, not just a hope die, fear die, okay. So a 1 and 12. So there's a 2. Well, no. There's a 1 in 12 chance of it happening, and then separately there's another 1 in 12 chance. That's 2 in 12, right? So that's 1 in 6 chance of that happening. Is that right? No, I feel like I'm doing it wrong. So it's 1 in, no, it is. Is it 1 in 6? It's a bit less than that. Yeah. Well, no, because you're double counting the double hit. I see. Well, you're allowed to double count it, though, because either way, it works, right? Oh, wait. I just realized I'm still on BRB. There we go. We're back. Is that not how it works? You're double counting the double hit. I guess that is only one result. So out of the 144 results, oh God. It's 2 in 12 minus 1 in 44. We're at 1 in 144. Yeah. Okay. Because right. So very, very, very marginally less. 1 in 444 less than 1 in 6. But close enough for 2 and 12 to be quick mental math. Yeah. Especially when we're talking about, the chance being less. The difference being less than a percent. Anyways. That's high. I think it's a really, really easy way to say that's high. But Wizard's Hope is way fucking better than Warriors, so you already got something better to spend your hope on. I personally think everything I want from Wizard is served in the other classes. I do think that's personal preference, though. I don't think Wizard is inherently bad. Gotcha. This is the ability I said was funny if you know the stats, but your choice literally does not matter. Yeah. You're choosing a number for fun. The real is, it's a little bit less than 1 in 6. I think I can hear a dog messing with their food. 1 second. They aren't supposed to be able to do that. How dare. And we're back once again. Let's see. Enter the background. Okay. So, I mean, this is interesting, right? Because it's a 1 in 6 to gain hope or clear stress. I need to look to see if there are any other... I need to compare. 1 in 6 chance. I mean, if you're rolling... I have to feel like you're rolling 6 dice. You know what I'm saying? I have to feel like you're rolling at least 6 dice. Anyone can roll it. I'm trying to look for other things that gain hope. That are like non-subclass features, but I honestly don't know if there are any. I mean, what is this? This is when you fail a roll with fear, which depends on the roll you're going after, but it's a fourth of the scenarios. So it's a 25% increase, 1/4 rather than 1/6. So this is going to be more often, depending, if we assume that it's a completely equally weighted challenge. This is once per long, you gain 2. But... But it's on. Yeah, it's on anything. Choose an order to one Changing the number when you finish a long rest is so silly. Why? Why change the number whenever you want? Who cares? Just as long as it's before the roll, it doesn't matter. The only thing that pushes it into parity territory to me is the generous ability to switch the number. Dude, I know, right? That's what I was just thinking to myself. I was like, who fucking cares? The fun thing to throw a wrench in your ability to evaluate the balance raw, it works on reaction rolls. Things like Call of the Brave don't. True. And I mean, it's solidly flexible, being able to clear a stress or gain a hope. It's really rarely going to not be applicable. Strange patterns are for people like Laura that are really superstitious. Yeah. Huh. I mean, I will say, I am right now trying to evaluate the strength of it. in terms of generic design, I like it. It is a frictionless ability in pure essence. Like, contrasted between the Guardian's Unstoppable, this Strange Patterns is a feature that not only dissuades you from action in some way, or even the Warrior, where combat training is somewhat self-contradictory. Strange Patterns is absolutely, it encourages you towards actions, and it gives you benefits when you do those things. Strange Patterns, you could introduce friction into Strange Patterns if you said, like, at level 5 your hope increases to a d20, which lowers the chance of this proccing, right? That's the sort of thing that I'm talking about when I talk about friction. If you wanted to make this more friction, yeah, have it scale, where at level 5 you raise the dice, which makes it less likely to proc. That's fucking friction. Or even if it was another option in here, whenever you roll that number on a duality die, gain hope or clear a stress or raise the value of one of your dies for the rest of the long rest. Raise the value of one of your duality die to 20. Like, that would be with friction. This is no friction, which I heavily prefer, even if the statistics are a little silly. Or a little, not even silly, but definitely interesting. It seems strong, but not OP. Biggest problem with it is forgetting it exists. Yeah, but I think I can solidly leave that on the wizard player. I think that's on them. If they forget that their main ability that's pretty good exists. Yeah. Funny you say that about the D20. No, you're joking me. It's not in the base class, but there's a domain card that does it? Dude, I do kind of remember it being in the base class. That's maybe why it came to mind. Is it Codex? Codex doesn't feel like the domain that would have it. I feel like it's probably Splendor. Bolt Beacon. Is it high up? High up, high up. We're running on high. We are high. Do 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 do. I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is, but that is a little silly. But at least it's not baked into the feature. And it's not within the actual class. I can forgive dissonance between, or friction between classes and individual domain cards, because you don't know that people are going to choose that card. You don't know that, they're going to, you don't know. And the domains are shared. So I can forgive that sort of dissonance. I cannot forgive dissonance within features that were the downflow feature to be used, it will guaranteed have the upflow features. So, like, I cannot forgive Call of the Brave not accounting for the normal class features. It absolutely needs to. And I can't even really forgive Call of the Brave for not accounting if there was anything that fucked with it in the domain cards. But I can kind of forgive it. Wishy-washy on that. But I can forgive it for class versus domain discrepancy. Looking at my old PDFs to see if it was ever in the base class. Might have been. I kind of recall that. But anyways. School of Knowledge. Knowledge. You have incredible knowledge. You've gained priceless knowledge through great study. You have advantage on all knowledge rolls to recall information. Sure. Okay. If this roll is about the magical nature of a creature or enchantment, gain a hope even on a roll with fear. Hey, I mean, at least you have an amazing thing to use hope on. So that's fair. Where to go? Adept. What is Adept? Is it just, it's just a feature? Oh, it's a feature like this martial preparation. Weird. I don't know why some of them are bolded. Okay. You can mark a stress instead of spending a hope to use an experience on a roll. If you do, double the experience modifier for that roll. That... What? Why? One of the background of species. I see. What? Again, let's talk about friction. You can mark a stress instead of spending hope. Okay. That makes sense with strange patterns. Gain a hope or clear stress. Sure. But this is gain a hope even on a roll with fear. Like, this combined with strange patterns is going to give you more hope. So why are we marking a stress? Why not have it be 2 hope or something? Why not, if we're going to go into hope, let's go into hope. I guess the thing is that this is actually going to be a pretty rare circumstance. So if we're just considering strange patterns, then it's a hope or a stress, so there's no real difference. But if this is going to be a rare occurrence, frankly, why is it there? You know what I'm saying? It's like, I think that this, incredibly good. This, kind of who cares? You know what I'm saying? Unless this school of knowledge subclass is going to be predicated on needing more hope. Like, why else add in this little bitty bobby? But then we immediately, not only do we not introduce a feature that would spend hope, we actually take away one of the uses of hope. I don't know. It's weird. When you take a specialization, you may change the existing experience you have, then add +1 to your experiences. Oh, so even more of a reason to use Adept, right. Once per short rest when recalling a domain, you can reduce its recall cost by 1. No, that's cool. Choose 2 experiences and add +1 to each of them. Cool. Whenever you wish to use an experience, roll a d6 on a 5 or 6. You can do so without spending a hope. What? But this is stupid. I'm being hyperbolic. It's very cool. I like a subclass dedicated around features. Or dedicated around experiences. But again, I keep using this word because now that I've found it explains a lot of my thought process. On a result of 5 or 6, you can do it without spending a hope. So in a case where this happens, that is directly in competition with Adept, which does a different thing. Like, that just does a straight up, it does a thing, like, you would normally want to combo these 2 abilities, right? You would want to get it for free and make it better, but you can't. If you do it without spending a hope, I'm assuming you can't also mark a stress? Or maybe you can, but then that negates the point of this. So, like, what's it? That's crazy. I'm actually trying to figure this out. Marcus stresses. Yeah, I actually because this is like, these are in straight up tension. Like, it's not even like, oh, like, theoretically, there's not enough to use it on. It's like, this is in absolute tension where if you roll a 5 or 6, you are being more, like, resource wasteful if you also want to double the modifier. But you can only, so then you would only double the modifier when you don't roll a 5? And this isn't even optional. That's another crazy thing. This isn't optional. I guess you can do so without spending hope, but yeah. That's, experiences did get a buff in 1.5, but the problem is in experiences, the cost. Yeah. This is not, this is the subclass within itself, is just in tension with itself. When you take the, I'm trying to figure out even like the direction that I would go. Then add +1 to your experiences. I feel like I would say you can spend 1 additional hope when you use an experience on a roll. If you do, double the experience modifier. And then whenever you wish to use an experience, roll a d6. On a 5 or 6, you can do so. You spend 1 less hope. So it's like, this is 1 less hope. This is 1 more hope. So if you roll this, you either get to do it for free or you get to double it for cheaper. I feel like that's it. Because otherwise I actually don't get it. You know? So weird. That's odd. Yeah. Make it 2 hope rather than 1, then either reduce the cost or maybe even free on 5 to 6. Sure, yeah, free 5 to 6. Sure, whatever. The other one is on a 5 or a 6. It's free regardless of what you would have paid. Yeah. Though I guess in that case you get double for guaranteed free unless you have to choose before you roll. Yeah. Yeah, I think you would do double hope. That's so strange. It's so strange. If you wanted to do this stress to hope conversion, I could see that maybe here, of like, instead of doing the recalling thing, you could do like once per short rest, you can mark a stress to gain a certain amount of hope. Then you can like still do like the stress to hope conversion. But yeah, weird. That's just odd. That's super odd. I like it. Like, I like what it's going for. And I think that it's like almost getting it, but there's just some weird shit thrown in that I don't really understand. So, yeah, I don't know. School of War. You focused your studies on shaping of magic in both dangerous and powerful ways. Gain an extra armor slot. When you succeed on an attack roll with fear, you deal an extra 1d10 magic damage. Okay, sure. Sure. Okay. Alright, sure. I was trying to see if I had any deeper thought on that, but sure, okay. You can concentrate to maintain the protective barrier of magic while you have at least 2 hope. You can add your spellcast trait to your evasion. That combos well with strange patterns. I like that. And you're gaining an extra armor slot. I'm into it. Extra magic damage increases to 2d10. Sure. When you succeed on an attack roll with hope, you can choose to make it with fear instead. That's fucking awesome, dude. The extra magic damage for your School of War Foundation feature increases to 3 to 10. Sure. That's sick. And this is, it's weird because this is not friction. This is tension. This is obviously very purposeful of you are choosing to not do the hope thing that would make you more evasive potentially, to instead do a bunch of extra damage. So now it is a choice. And the rest of the time, you know, you're making it with fear. But now you just get to choose, okay, do I want more defense or do I want more attack? You know, they're not going after the same thing. They're going after parallel ideas. And this is giving you the opportunity to choose between one or the other, to balance offense and defense, which is different from, you know, this one doesn't negate this one. Like, you know, if you already have 2 hope, yeah, fuck it, make it with fear. But it either slows you down potentially towards getting this, or maybe you have to choose between this and the damage at some point. Whereas this is like, you have to choose, like choosing between like econ and effectiveness is not, I don't think they're going after an interesting choice there. I think it's just weirdly written. But this one, I think they're very purposefully going after an interesting choice. School of War is kind of boss. That is super boss. Mostly just because the flavor of it is so underserved in 5e right now. Agreed. And I think this is a cool way to go about it. Wizards seem to have decided that Gishes are inherently too hard to balance and avoid them. Hello, Warlock, one of the few. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Yeah, School of War is cool. I like School of War a lot. Yeah. I think that's all I have to say about it. I think that's super cool. I do think it's kind of interesting that one is kind of like an out of combat focus versus an in combat focus. It's interesting. I don't know fully what I think about it, but they also have Codex and Splendor, which Codex gives you a shitload of options whichever way you go. Like, you can either choose some Codex stuff for out of combat or Codex stuff for in combat. So I don't think the wizard will be hurting too bad, whichever way they go. Okay. That's classes. Holy shit. We are not moving through this very fast. Playing an adventure. Let's see. Clarify the difference between temporary and permanent conditions. I like that. Armor had a full rebalance. Right. What is campaign frames? What's this? Running a one-shot. Use a guide to build a quick collaborative session with your players. Whoa. That's crazy. I love that, though. Making a Mad Libs for creating a one-shot is hilarious, and I like it. That's really fun. I just straight up like it. It's obviously not going to get you the most detailed, narrative, interesting session you've ever run, but it'll do the job. That's fun. I like that. And Splendor Healing Wizard. I don't think the rest will take nearly as long. Yeah, probably not. Campaign frame. A campaign frame to ground the players in the type of fantasy story. Because of genre, this can give a strong. Daggerheart provides several frames. So it's a... Oh. So a frame is a little... It's like a little mini setting. It's like a little miniature setting. Huh. That's weird. I'm into it, though. I'm into this stuff. This is the sort of shit that I wish was in the DMG. Not to get too crazy, but I kind of wish that sort of shit was in the DMG. Rather than exclusively focusing on insanely wide, huge prep, I wish there was more stuff for smaller stuff. And even the smaller stuff didn't focus so much on the minutia. It feels like D&D is either wanting you to focus on a 3-year campaign or a 1-hour segment of your session. And the DMG does not have a lot of stuff in between. I think like with a lot of things, the Mad Libs are great for inspiration. Yeah, I agree. Like, you could easily write your party works for a blank and list out the major factions in your world. Yeah. Yes, I absolutely agree. It's a surprising amount of the stuff in a DH book could very easily be moved into an entirely other system because it's literally system agnostic, like this Mad Libs idea. Yeah. I think that there's a bit of... It is written under the assumption that it's being run in Daggerheart, because sometimes like the rules light system agnostic thing doesn't work for a system with like more mechanics or like certain types of mechanics. But it's still very cool. And I really, really like it. Running one-shot guidance, right. All right, yeah, what's this GM downtime business? What are we talking about here? Downtime, empower your players to frame their own downtime scenes. Great. Heroes to progress their project. Oh, we got countdowns. Well, players use downtime to rest and refresh. You can gain fear and progress a countdown happening in the background. Yes. Oh my God. This gives me... I don't even want to be too hyperbolic about this. This gives me unironic big hope for future CR campaigns. Like, the idea of, hey, every time they rest, tick something as a... I don't know where it all went. I think it's because I changed the framing. Every time they rest, do some shit. Gain a fear, advance it. 2 fear, advance it more. Perfect. And then we have extended downtime. You consider talking to your players about what they're... Sure. I do kind of wish there was a little bit more here, but that's fine. I don't really care. I love that. I like that a lot. I can legit see 10 years from now one of the pieces of advice being to run a good D&D 6e campaign. First buy the DH book and read the world building chapters. Honestly, potentially, yeah. Adversaries and environments, they've been rebalanced, they've been adjusted. Homebrew guidance. Gimme. Using as adversary system balance is a work in progress. Right. Scaling attack modifiers. Oh, well, I'm glad that they added this disclaimer. It's under heavy development and may not fully reflect the current rule set in math in the previous chapters. Because that is something we noticed on the second review, is that the math didn't quite math. Okay. Scaling damage. Yeah. Oh, I like it all. Damage at higher tiers, right. Yes. Scaling difficulty, perfect. Gym difficulty versus persuasion. Adversary damage thresholds. This chart is giving some benchmarks depending on the tier. Absolutely. I love this. A nice little example for everyone. That's perfect. Environment balance is not available. Oh, that's awesome. I can't wait for the full segment because this is really good. This is really good. I think the formatting is better than I remember it. You know, I don't know if it's all the way there, but man, this chapter 6 is going to be awesome. I'm very excited for it. They adjusted the math. The previous edition numbers were just wrong. Yeah, at least they gave a little bit of a clarifier that they're gonna be wrong. Given the quality of what we do have, I'm also super excited about the rest of the world building sections. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Check in good. Yeah. Check in good. Check in solid. I think I'm just gonna put that on. Oh no. I'm big and small. Oh no. What are we ever going to do? Now I'm just big. We also don't have a standard background on. Uh-oh. I need to add a way to get... Yeah, there we go. To tick through it better. But I can really easily switch stuff up now, which is nice. Yeah. Call that medium and small. You should add a truly big. Maybe I will someday. But okay. I'm sure that there are some other smaller changes, but I'm sure, I'm sure that the adversary or the ancestries and communities changed a little bit. But I'm not too... I feel like I got the most of it, Like, ancestries are always going to matter to a degree, but not nearly as much as everything else. And same thing with the communities. I could see these getting changed fucking any day. And it's way easier to add new ones of those. So, I'm not as concerned about them. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm good. Let's see. You hit on everything that's top of my mind. The things you didn't look at were minor. It's kind of what I assumed, with like the one exceptions being the ancestries were wording changes. Yeah. Well, and just like generally, I could see... Yeah, again, I think that the classes are the most substantial thing in terms of like balance and stuff that I wanted to look at, because they're the thing that's going to have the most consistent impact. Surprising amount of stuff in the... Oh, wait. That's lower in chat. Oh, there we go. Yeah. That was cool. The rich person background of the Wanderer took a bit of tweaking for odd interactions. I'm sure. But overall, I'm excited to use it once it hits full release. I'm excited to use it. I think that there are a few classes that I'm not as into, but on a really, really positive note, and this is just like a positive review aspect for all of Daggerheart, is everything being so modular to a degree. is it's like, oh man, if I like most of a class, you know, and I only need to tweak some small things. You know, I don't have to worry too much about too many knock-on effects because of how like isolated everything is from each other, which I like a lot. So if there is something like Call of the Brave where my player is like, man, that sounds so cool, but I don't know about it mechanically, like I could very easily work with them to make it work. Like it would require relatively little effort to introduce homebrew that doesn't have crazy knock-on effects. So that's something I'm very happy with and excited about. So yeah. I don't remember. It might have even been final version. Are there any classes that you think are actually bad? Not your taste or has an awkward bit, but like go back to the drawing board. I'd have to think about it a tad. I think, let me pull them up, just so that I remember. Demiplane, Daggerheart, rules, classes. You know, I don't actually think I looked at the sub-abilities for Bard and how they potentially changed. Are they crazy? No, they're pretty similar. Yeah, they're pretty similar. Go. Yeah. I think Call of the Brave is the closest to go back to the drawing board. I agree. Druid is beast forms are so close. So I don't want to say go back to the drawing board on them. I'm just now realizing I didn't look through Rogue or Ranger fully either. Let's see. Syndicate. Right. I think Syndicate's hilarious. Nightwalker was also fine. Ranger. Wayfinder. Path forward. I don't like Wayfinder because, and I remember this now because it hasn't substantially changed. I don't like class abilities that trivialize portions of the game. So I think that is one of the core things wrong with Ranger. Is that it had abilities that were incredibly powerful and trivialized exploration, but only in parts. And this still has a bit of that with Path Forward on Wayfinder. When you're headed to a place you previously visited or you carry an object with you that has been there before, you can identify the shortest, most direct path to your destination. It's just like it's basically just passive trivializing of exploration unless the DM really works around it to make it more interesting. And that's assuming that they think about it and interact with it at all. And then the rest of it, like Apex Predator, enhancing the focus stuff, I think goes into a class fantasy that I find, I don't want to say lame, but I don't know, man. even like the mastery feature for Wayfinder is removing a fear for the GM's pool. I don't know if I would like consider Wayfinder to be like a nerfing class, which is essentially what that is. And I generally am going to lean towards giving the players something cool and or clearing something bad from the players. Taking a fear from the GM is good, but like it's good in a non-interesting way. It is, hey, DM, be less interesting. And so I don't really fuck with that. Actually, I can actually be very confident. I think Wayfinder needs to go back to the drawing board. I sort of forgot about it because I looked through it very briefly when we were looking at Ranger originally, and so I didn't intake it too much. I also don't like the specialization feature. The specialization feature is a tank ability that does not answer the tanking fallacy. If it's harder for your focus to hit you, why would they? Unless there's something with focus that I've forgotten. Like, until your ranger's focus ends or you make a different creature your focus. On a success, temporarily make that target. When you miss them with an attack. Yeah, no. No, at that point, there's absolutely no... Because it's not like even if they hit you or, like, do damage to you that you... like lower your evasion or something. It's a tanking ability that gives no reason for the focus to hit you, which like I guess you can kind of call that the point, is like you are disincentivizing the focus from attacking you. Yeah. I don't find Wayfinder super interesting or anything, but I don't find it nearly as offensive you do. I'll have to reflect on that a bit more. Yeah. Marker stress. I had to reread this. To increase your proficiency by 1. Additionally, whenever you deal severe, they also mark a stress. I think Apex Predators is fine. I think Apex Predator is fine. I think it's a skosh strange because it becomes less useful as you invest into proficiency. But that's fine. Yeah, I'd say drawing board. Apex Predator gets worse if you invest into proficiency. Path forward trivializes exploration. The specialization I sort of get because it is disincentivizing your focus from attacking you, which you don't really want them to, although you have solid damage thresholds. So I'd even say that one's kind of weird. Mastery feature, yeah. I'd say that it's sort of like giving... The mastery feature to me is like me giving a adversary a ability that removes hope rather than causing stress, which I think is lame. So yeah, I'd go Wayfinder back to the drawing board. Everything else I think is very salvageable at worst. Let me reread Beastbound. Gain a level up. Oh yeah, Beastbound is fine, honestly, but it has this weird thing. Beastbound has this odd thing where you are most effective when you and your companion are close together, just like broadly. But to me, at least to a degree, that kind of negates the point of having a second source, you know? Like, part of the, I feel like, at least to my understanding, part of the fantasy about this would be, like, being able to split off and go help other people and stuff like that. But Beastbound is best when you're close together. Kind of. I guess the specializations feature doesn't necessarily mean that. I'm thinking of dual-wielding ranger, not bow ranger. So actually, the specialization feature doesn't mean that. The mastery feature definitely does. Which is strange, but I guess close isn't that close. Yeah. Yeah. And I also just honestly don't think Ranger's focus is that good. Like, it's okay. It's okay, but it's a risk. And it's like mostly a tracking feature, which again is a trivialization of exploration, but I will admit it's a much more interesting trivialization. So I shouldn't even say that. It's not a trivialization, it's just a help. Knowing precisely what direction they are in is interesting. It's much easier for a DM to interact with that in interesting ways. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Makes sense the beast is bound to you. That is true. I guess that's fair. Knowing the direction is very different from the precise shortest path. Yeah, I agree. So that's why I misspoke when I said that it trivializes. Because, yeah, the direction is incredibly different. There's so much more room for interesting stuff there while also being, like, a good tool. Wayfinder is definitely a trivialization. Yeah, I'd say Ranger. Ranger of all the classes. Yeah. Ranger of all of the classes and Wayfinder of all the subclasses. Poor Ranger. Poor Ranger never can catch a break. But with that, I gotta probably take the dogs out. I gotta do some shit. We wanted Ranger to be good after 5e. I know! But wanted it. Which, like, this one's definitely, I will say, regardless of everything I think about it, it's better. And Daggerheart does not profess to weight exploration the same as combat. So a feature in Daggerheart trivializing exploration, I'm much more okay with than it doing the same in 5e, which at least professes to have combat and exploration as two of its three pillars. So I'm more forgiving of Daggerheart doing it. The mastery feature is good. I just don't think it's good in a fun way. So that's the one I'd take to the drawing board, but even compared to 5e Ranger, better than that. More fun and more interesting and better. And less work for the DM. So we've at least gone past 5e. But like I said, with that, I'll peace out. I'll see y'all later. Goodbye.